seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, we had a great day yesterday of games coming through. We're starting to close out the groups here. You know, we're past the halfway mark. Every single series is going to count if you want to climb up and stay and play in the playoffs. This matchup coming up first, AG versus Execration. On paper, it feels like people should be favoring Execration. Historically, Army Geniuses is a team that seems to have their number. They've just beat out Execration multiple times in 2-0 sweeps in previous encounters. I think we were having a chat about this with our producer friend right here, Mr. Nada, that Army Geniuses is a team that just, when they play well, they're scary. Right? You've got DB, UK, LYM, Wami, Mangai. These guys play a very different style. Not necessarily different from the meta, but very much in line with how they see Dota. Right? They've got a very clear philosophy on how to run games, how fast they want to play, and what timings they want to meet. And I think that's something Execration will have to be ready for. Execration, for their part, they're going to have an interesting shakeup. I believe they've got a stand-in today. So we'll have to see if they can kind of adapt. You know, your usual lineup: Bob, BDC, RR, Palos, Raging Potato. Palos isn't here. We've got Tino, who we all know who Tino is. He's played with Adroit and Omega before. He is a known player. He's got experience. He can kind of gel with his team. But we'll have to see if that can carry through here for Execration.
Dire team pick.
Points away.
Dire team pick. Radiant team.
Bloodseeker. Vengeful spirit.
I was hitting the mute button on my mic because background noise was coming through, so I was hoping a soft reset in this thing would fix it. I don't know, you know, sometimes PCs act a bit weird. Still, as you mentioned, draft coming through. AG, I mean, Bloodseeker Venge is a combo we've seen before, way before. You get like a solid way of getting a stun in the Blood Right. You've got Swap plus Rupture, so that's pretty nice. And of course, because you see the Pangle, your first pick from Execration, you kind of counteract that with the Bloodseeker. Now, AG, the Bloodseeker tends to be their DB hero. Maybe we see it on Wami. It's likely that you could play with that flex. They could also maybe just have Bloodseeker and the Venge as cores. So you could run, say, the Wami offlane Venge, but considering how Wami plays, his more aggressive playstyle, his kind of lane-dominant offlaners he likes, like the Timbersaw, the Sand King, the Mars, I don't know if the Venge will fit that philosophy of his in the offlane, so likely an support Venge here to play with the Bloodseeker combo. And we'll just have to see if they go all the way in. We have seen a lot of pause for Venge, and you still sort of rush Ags, but it does feel like it's very greedy. Right? The build-up for Ags for Venge is super slow, so that could play with the timings here of AG.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
He was telling me, John, play Ogre, Max Ignite. Then he called it a noob Ogre. I think he was targeting me, but in a way, you know, he's aiming at UK because of that interview where he said he loves Ogre. He feels like it's good now because Ignite's cheaper and he loves Ignite. So you know how Army Geniuses are. I mean, again, a team that is happy enough to take an interview with a table tennis game running in the background is a team that you can't help but love. They're just a bunch of silly guys. They play seriously, of course, but you can tell they have fun with their games as well. And yeah, it's just almost in a way just laying it onto UK. Maybe Wami doesn't like that Max Ignite himself.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
I mean, maybe not table tennis, but I can tell you for sure that merienda breaks are, you know, less improbable than you think. You know, pause, maybe the delivery's there, you got to take your afternoon snacks in, bring it in, distribute it to the team, and unpause. I can see that happening for sure. Table tennis a bit more involved. You know, that would be like a 10-minute pause. You'd have to get their opponents in on it. Maybe they were like neighbors, and you could just play a table tennis match to settle something. Sure, that could happen, but...
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
They've got to play fast. I think it's all about having a lineup that kind of works with that Bloodseeker timing of just ready to go by, say, the 10 to 15-minute mark. You kind of want to be aggressive, take some early fights when possible. I think this Phoenix pickup from Army Geniuses ties into that Bloodseeker timing. So you can protect Egg with the Blood Right. You can play around with team fight spells you have on hand. Pretty good 5 versus 5 engagement for Army Geniuses. Execration, do you take the Snapfire to counteract that Phoenix Egg? So they do have that, they've got the shots from the Snapfire to really just burst down that Phoenix Egg early on. And it shouldn't be too hard to handle it despite that combination. And Execration are just building up on their own aggression. So AG have this timing with the Bloodseeker, which, you know, it's pretty decent by 15, maybe 20 minutes. But Execration's draft is just going to run at you by 10. Like, guaranteed by 10 minutes.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh.
5 seconds
That's
remaining.
true.
Radiant team ban.
Imba spirit.
Yeah, you know what?
10 seconds remaining.
Speaking of mid Spirit Breaker, like we talk about Bob being Bob the Builder, Bob the Wrecker. He's now Bob the Bulldozer if he plays that Spirit Breaker mid. So I'd be keen to see him play it. It doesn't quite sound like a Bob here. You know, he loves his TA, he loves his Puck, he loves his Spirit Butters, he loves his Lena. Spirit Breaker not quite in the same realm, but you can be aggressive. You can hit these early timings, just run people down. I think when you've got a lineup with Snapfire, with Pango, and the Lycan, with these early tempos that you get, this is something Execration can run super fast. And that's what I love to see. Because Execration, you know, they can be up and down in performance. I think where they shine best is when they play the super aggressive style. And either just buy space for Bob or actually just have Bob commit early on with their full power and just look to end the game fast. We'll see if they can hit those timings this time around. AG, they go for the Ember Spirit here from Amundai, so very standard sort of mid pickup for him. In lane against potentially Spirit Breaker. It doesn't sound bad. It also doesn't sound particularly amazing. I think the Spirit Breaker can just kind of hold his ground in earlier levels when Flame Guard isn't too strong. You can just hold your ground, try to aim for bashes. Once you get charged, you can just kind of stun lock the Ember, and he doesn't really win out that trade because the Flame Guard isn't really going to block any of that damage. So the Spirit Breaker has like a level 1 to 2, maybe level 3 power spike over the Ember, but it equalizes. Okay, never mind that, because Shadow Fiend comes out, so interesting. It's not the mid Spirit Breaker, it's probably support. So all that theory crafting's out. Shadow Fiend versus Ember. Very well, it used to be more standard before as a mid matchup, but not as much. It's still something that Shadow Fiend can dance around because of the raises. You can just burn through the Flame Guard. Ember does have some outplay potential with Sleight of Fist, but it has a longer cooldown than raises, so the SF should be able to just clear out the wave, get farm up, hit a level 6, a level 7 spike likely, level 7, level 8. That's when you get the ult. and just kind of go from there. I'm keen to see what Bob itemizes. I don't think we've seen Bob Shadow Fiend all too often. In fact, I'm trying to recall. I think since the time I've seen Bob from the Nationals, I haven't seen his SF. So I'm keen to see, again, his itemization, his philosophy behind the Shadow Fiend timings.
Choose your hero.
He's on the left, far left, yeah. Yeah, it might not come out, but we'll see if Bob can still hit those timings. Maybe he'll aim for a 3-minute Yules. Who knows what the guy will aim for. And we'll have to see if that switch is flicked on, whether we got Bob the Wrecker or Bob the Builder. Nice and gentle. AG, they closed out with a gyro. So this is their late game win condition. It kind of ties in with Avenge pretty nicely. So the aura is going to pay dividends for that physical damage output. I think lane-wise, up against Spurt Breaker for Raging Potato core off lane, and potentially the BDZ Snap or the Pangolier. Gyro max flak should still be fine, right? We've seen this before, where you max flak cannon, you don't really get harassed out, your range is pretty good, and your support just throws his body forward. So we'll see if they can do that more on the support side for AG, but very different draft from both sides. Not something we've seen either side really dip into this kind of style, so should be a really good first game here. It's tricky. I think there's a lot of back and forth potential. I like Execration's timings more. I think it plays a lot faster, what they have with the Lycan timings, with a Snapfire to counteract this Phoenix, with a Shadow Fiend, and that can just hit level 8, maybe go for a fast Yules if you want, or an SNR, or drums even, and just run down. They've got a solution to just take these early objectives in fights, and I think it's easier for you to kind of play to the native, because that's what we've been seeing from a lot of teams. The issue is, once they sort of start to taper off, they can scale into the late game. It's not like Shadow Fiend's now completely gone late game. Lycan as well has some scalability towards that point, but you're dealing with Avenge, who could potentially get Ags, and even without items, the Ags is impactful. The Gyrocopter gets super big. We've seen that be an issue for teams where a free farm Gyro just overtakes, and it's all about playing into timings. I still think Execrations is easier to pull off, but that doesn't mean AG's like completely shut out. It's fairly even draft-wise for their conditions here.
Oh, absolutely. I'm kind of... It's hard to go against the Lycan, right? Like, the Tino Lycan, we haven't seen it, but it can be very, very potent, especially with the Helm of the Overlord. But again, I look forward to seeing what both teams do. Like, Army Geniuses have been looking very strong as well. So very, very hard to really know what's going to go down. But it should be a very interesting game between these two. And it's SCA Dota, John, especially in this current patch. Yeah, this is SCA's patch. It's just very aggressive, very non-stop kind of fighting, and that's what we love to see.
Oh yeah. You know the funny thing about you saying it's SCA's patch? I remember the Kotal core was there before it was revealed in in the boot camp, right? Like we already knew Neon did that.
Oh, we knew.
We already saw Neon do that. We see Neon running supports his cores before the old Neon, so it is Southeast Asia's patch because people are starting to do these silly things. So it's great. Love it.
Love to see it. Right before TI as well. I mean, this TI, it's destined for Southeast Asia. I just know it, John. Not that I'm, biased or anything, but, SCA is going to win. 100%.
The battle begins!
Looking at these Lycan Wolves as well, it's a 2 for 2 on the bounties, by the way. Nothing too surprising, but looking at the Lycan Wolves, remember yesterday, I can't remember who it was, but they sent the Wolves right into the base of the enemy and just started sniping couriers. He got 3 couriers at the start of the game. Unfortunately, Tino doesn't do that, but I thought it was rather clever.
Oh yeah, it's a massive boost of gold, and it basically gives you so much more than just a bounty that early on. So just a huge economical boost. Not seeing that from Tino. He is laning up here with RR. And on the Pangolier, they are up against Wami on Bloodseeker. And of course, he's got his support LYM on hand on the Venge. So they can play with that Bloodright Magic Missile combination down the line. There are some decent ways for RR to kind of harass them out. And of course, Tino, as the levels go up, is going to be more sustainable with Feral Impulse running. So he can kind of hold the lane, but you will have to watch for that because the combination is still strong.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got to get a few levels up in that Feral Impulse to really be able to sustain yourself in this lane, but you should be able to get that just fine here on Tino. We'll have to just wait it out and see. Of course, over in the mid lane, Bob going to be against Mamang Daya. So the Ember SF lane, right now, definitely favoring the SF. Of course, you are going to have those raises available, so it's very easy to secure the CS here for Bob. And it is going to mean he does push out the wave a lot. But in the current meta, you want to push out the wave and go farm the side camps anyway. So I think Bob should have a pretty decent advantage, at least for the first few levels here on the SF.
Yep, as long as he manages to get that farm going, he's fine. You can see Mamang Daya is dodging out fairly nicely though, but he has to be very cautious because slight fist cooldown in early levels is pretty darn long, 18 seconds for dodge, whereas raises, you know, they're fairly spammable, 10 seconds and you have 3 of them. He is doing a good job of jungling lane aggro. I think that's one thing Mamang Daya was doing really well, just shuffling the creeps around to ensure that he's not enraged for the follow-up raises, just holding out from there.
That's a great setup from RR down at the bot lane. He even allows Tino to secure the kill with the wolves. That gives his life away to Wami, but you're going to be more than happy with that. So again, for Tino, he's all about hitting the Helm of the Overlord timing. Apart from that, he doesn't care what happens to his teammates, so I'm sure he's going to be very satisfied.
Yeah, it's a great start. You can already see that the Dominator is being queued up. Once that's up and running, even just with the Dominator, I think Lycan is already scary because you hit that Dominator, you hit the shapeshift timing. Even just one large creep running down is very, very strong against these squishier supports. So that's something AG is going to have to watch out for. And as the levels build up again, Tino is going to be a bit tankier to zone out. Up top, though, they are diving Raging.
No DB. He's going to couple a lot of damage here from BDZ, but they do at least kill off Raging Potato. BDZ, can he trade? DB going to run right back into him. He does have the Rocket Barrage, and in fact, he's quite healthy right now. The Fire Spirits, it's not going to be enough. They have the Scatter Blast there for BDZ. UK should still be able to get the kill back. BDZ going to go for the cookie. Charge in for Raging. They might just find him. Fried chicken tonight for Execration as BDZ. He's one of those position 4 players. He does tend to push his heroes to the limit. It's exactly what he does in this top lane.
Yeah, he's just balancing on edge. He knew he had the opportunity to still live through, and the respawns are short enough that Raging just charges back in. You can't really underestimate that in these early levels. A hero like Spirit Breaker has so much impact just being back online that quick. Surprised to see that DB is opting for a more aggressive build, like going for homing and Rocket Barrage, not maxing out Flak to play it safer behind the lane, clearing out creeps. He does want to counteract that aggression that you expect with Spirit Breaker and Snap. And you can kind of play around with that. Like the magic damage coming through from your Phoenix is pretty high now. Level 2 Fire Spirits are up. But you have to remember how tanky a Spirit Breaker can be. And if you overcommit, BDZ, as we saw, can just turn around and clean up. And they do have more stuns on hand here for Execration in lane. Especially if some lucky batches go off for Raging. Follow-up Cookie stun could just secure a kill.
OIM, he does secure his own kill down at the bot lane against RR, so finding that Pango once again. And I think Tino, he obviously can't help right now. Lycan, it's all about hitting creeps for him as they secure another nice kill. However, top lane, Raging Potato now in danger again. DB not going to be able to finish, but no, the flat cannon shots might be enough, and they are. Nice set up there from DB, and BDZ's not too safe either, though. Mid lane, Mamang Daya ends up dropping to Bob solo. BDZ is going to be able to survive. The mid lane, Bob. It's like he landed quite a few raises there, and well, the Ember, even with the Flame Guard, is not going to be able to survive the damage output of this SF.
Yeah, it just doesn't work out with the bonuses per stack and the Shadow Rays. Even at this point, with level 3 Shadow Rays, you can just burn through most of that protection on the Ember with 2 strikes, start doing damage. And this is where the downside of the Ember starts to show itself in the SF matchup. Sleight of Fist is just not very spammable. You don't have your level 6 to play with Remnant dodges, and if you can't avoid the SF's damage, he will overwhelm you. So a great stop for Bob. He's having a lot of right-click damage fly out as well with his Necromastery up and running. And Mamang Dai is going to have to just be really cautious. Maybe wait for level 6, likely having to wait for 7 or 8 before kind of catching up. He's just going to have to rely on the jungle and wait for some level spikes to get some side lane rotations.
Never refuse.
Nice space creation as well from RR down to that bot lane, forcing Wommy and LYM to just chase him down forever. Definitely bought even more space here for Tino on that Lycan. Wommy not going to be too dissuaded by it. He's still CSing very nicely on this Bloodseeker. To be expected though, considering he does have quite an easy lane. Mid lane, gonna get dived, but RR is there to help in that raise. My goodness, it's a lot of damage as UK. He's gonna be the second to drop, and now RR is not safe either as they cookie Bob forward. He pops the clarity. They've got the raise, but no, he's off the mark. It won't matter though, because RR is going to chase down LYM, but does he have enough damage? Well, he has a swashbuckle, and that should be enough to close the gap and secure the kill.
This is something to remember me by.
There's a decent enough attempt against Bob here, but the SF survives, and well, they get 3 kills in that mid lane. That is nothing to scoff at.
And they've got this massive lead over Mamang Dai. Bob's level 8. Mamang Dai is still at 5. He does not have remnants. He has no way of dodging out these spells. Maybe just going back a bit to that Flame Guard build. You can't fault him for just looking to clear out the creep wave like this and clear out camps, but it's just very hard, and the SF just makes it difficult for you to sustain, and they're just going to go for that push with the damage output of Bob. A shove in mid is not going to take too long at all.
Oh, absolutely not. BDZ even there with the minus armor from the Blightstone and, of course, from the little Shredder. And that's it. Tier 1 mid tower gone. Bob, I mean, you've got to be very happy right now if you're Execration. Such a massive lead already, at least in objectives. As Mamang Dai, he'll just rush to clear out the stacks, but now UK is going to be spotted out by BDZ. Does have the dive available and might just time it for the cookie to come out. BDZ looks like he doesn't really care anyway. Just buying the space for Bob to take over this dire jungle. Naturally, they are going to start moving their way up towards the top lane. I mean, if you get the top tier 1 and mid, in fact, hold on a minute, DB, he gets caught out. Oh, that's a pretty big mispositioning error there from DB. I mean, you've got to expect Bob to rotate there with BDZ, and we're now raging. They're going to find UK. He has his Icarus dive up, but the Nether Strike right on time. That is perfect timing from Raging Potato. And oh, I mean, Army Geniuses, this is a very rough start for him here. Mid lane, they've got RR, and they should be able to secure the kill, but please tell me they get this at least. Oh boy, they don't even get that. This is a very difficult position now for Army Geniuses.
It goes back to the timings we talked about from draft. Like, this lineup from Execration just comes online so fast. They've got such great power by the 10-minute mark and even earlier on. They do manage to find that kill in RR. Eventually, Wami has to run all the way there to clean it up, but they lose their top tier 1. And their top jungle, it's opened up. They've got a nice ward here from Execrations and to watch any farming patterns that might come through, and they can start playing aggressive. And we're not even seeing Tino participate at all. He's just playing bot lane, free farming on the Lycan, still keeping up with his SF on farm. He's got the Dominator up, so he can just slowly shove in that bot tier 1. And this is a lot of space Execrations made, and they're still winning out in the farm war. AG, they need to find a spot for DB to just sit comfy and keep building up. This Gyrocopter is a very long-term investment for them as a hero, and maybe wait out some level spikes. They need UK to have 6. They need to play around with their Rupture combinations, with a swap as well, once the LYM has it. And so far, they just don't have the levels.
Oh, DB. I don't know about this farming position here, DB. He's going to go down. UK, he's going to Icarus dive out, but Raging Potato again with a perfectly timed Nether Strike.
That is for certain.
You can't farm there. I mean, you've lost the top tier 1, you've lost the mid tier 1. The reason DB's there in the first place is because they haven't gotten the bottom tier 1 tower yet. But that's going to be a real issue. I mean, Tino, he's not leaving the lane. He might do it now, but you've lost so much so much map space and so much farm now on Army Geniuses against a draft like Execrations. If this keeps up, this game's over in 10 minutes. Mid lane, Rupture's out, BDZ gonna go for the TP, the chains are there, Mamangdaya, he was off the mark with the Remnant, does eventually get there to get the double damage. So they get something. But really, my main cause of concern is how well Bob and Tino are both farming right now.
Yeah, they're getting away with too much. This the Overlord timing, it's not too far off now for Tino. The Vlad's is almost up, then he just needs to wait for the recipe afterwards. And how are you going to deal with an Ancient Creep running at you with all the move speed, with all the damage the Lycan gives to his summons? It's not going to be easy for Army Geniuses. And it goes back to this point where they're far behind on cores. The bigger issue is that their supports have also stalled out. Like, they just hit level 6 in the UK. They already have swap on LYM, so they can play with some of their combinations. And they've got a solid foundation with Wami getting all those kills early on, going 3-0 and Bloodseeker. They've got a pretty good aggressive core to kind of play with their spells now, but they're not ready. Like, they're just kind of trying to get what they can from lanes. The side of Execration has more map to play with. Raging's just all the way forward, and they are rotating on him now.
Yeah, they're going to get something. Rupture's there, and that'll make sure that Raging doesn't charge, but he's actually going to go pack in on the Phoenix. Blood Rider's out though, Raging. He'll get a few creeps before he dies. He knows he's got no chance of survival at that top lane, so a nice setup there from Army Geniuses. In the meantime, Execration, they smoked up, at least on RR, but it looks like he's only going to be able to go on a warding run. So not much to be done here. And I think they're just very focused in on finishing off this item for Tino, and he's just about there. Just needs about 600 gold now. And I think that's when the real storm comes in. On the brighter side, you look back at Wami, at least he does have the Rod of Atos now, so you have another way of cancelling TPs, but mid lane, RR, he's made the rotation, there's CDB, charges there from Raging, they're going to roll right in. Cookie out on the Wolf is a bit off the mark, I think it was meant to be on the Rolling Thunder, but it won't matter because they've got the stuns out. Swamp is there, but DB, oh, what a charge! Raging, he lands 3! Oh boy, and now they go right on the egg. They blow that up as well. Mamangdaya is going to try and fight this one out. He'll remnant right back to BDZ. A nice sleight of fist, but it won't matter. LYM, he's going to try and run, but the Cookie's there. Your Raging Potato, he hit 3 people with that charge, John.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, nice rod of Atos, but BDZ, he's got backup. He's got some security guards. They're not going to allow Wami to just do what he wants.
Much like
And Execration, they've just really taken over this game. Like, they've got the 6K lead 13 minutes in. Raging's not done.
Raging's just going... He's raging right now, Dom, but it may have gone too far, or maybe not, as Wami is just going to get turned on now. They're trying to get the damage out. Raging, he might die to the blood right, but he will at least get Wami in response. And Tino's got the Overlord. It's on the way. And this is when the fun really starts for this Lycan.
Yeah, that's when I'm not sure if you're going to be able to handle it on AG's side. They're already struggling in basically 4 versus 5 scenarios right now. Once it goes into a full-blown 5v5 with Lycan running around with that Ancient Creep, it's going to be tough. Army Geniuses, they're still trying to get farm out onto DB. They're still trying to get Mamangdaya to the point where he can contribute. He's rushing this Maelstrom on the Ember to have some more wave clear on hand with a Sleight of Fist, with Lightning kind of proccing and helping clear out, get some damage out for the team. It's still not lining up, I think, for AG. They could look to consider some team fights. They need to coordinate. They need that Bloodright plus Egg combination to land perfectly. They need to be able to get maybe a Rupture swap or a Rupture on the roll in these team fights as well, just to take care of the Pangolier and stop that from being an issue. If they don't play as a team, they're just going to fall apart like this.
Bot lane, DB, he's been caught again. LYM, he's going to try and swap him out. The Nether Strike is there to knock him right back in, and they are just perma-stunning them. RR, he's going to move back onto LYM. They've got the Sunray, but the Sunray does nothing as the charge is there raging. He's not done. He gets another. Mid lane, Bob, Requiem, a bit off the mark. Wami is going to try and turn now back in onto Bob as he goes for the TP play, but they've got the chains out. Bob, he finally uses the BKB. It might be too late, but he's going to try and fight as Mamangdaya will chase him down, but here comes the cavalry. RR's there. Raging charges right through Mamangdaya. Gets the stun off on Wami. I mean, they've got the kill on the SF, but it still costs you mid-Ember. And the worst part was, Raging, he was charging to Wommy. He wasn't even charging the Ember. He just lines it up perfectly.
Yeah, they just don't respect the Spirit Breaker charges, it feels like. AG. The hero isn't too popular, at least in Southeast Asia recently, so maybe they forget that Spirit Breaker is just going to run up at you. The stun from the charge is going to hit people in the line. You got to space yourself out a bit better there on AG's part. Execration's punishing that really well. They're always just backing up these aggressive moves from Raging quite nicely, although he has to watch himself. AG, they're grouping up top.
Oh, very deep positioning here. He's going to pop the bulldoze, run with the charge. How far are you going to run, Raging? Oh, he tried to stop at the end, but it was a bit too late. So Wommy does secure another nice kill with a rough shot. And he was always going to die. There was no real way out. The Raging... you look at that, that might be considered a bit of a forced error, right? Like he's farming very deep at the bot lane, and it's kind of an obvious spot where you are going to die. But the amount of space he's buying for the rest of his team, and the rotations he's forcing out from AG, like they had to bring 3 heroes in to try and get that kill done. There's now UK. Oh, he tried to steal the double damage room, but it's going to cost him his life. And this is kind of the space I was talking about, because Execration, they were headed towards the Royale pit, and they're going back in. They know they can get it done.
They've got the Thunderhide on, so they've got that Frenzy that goes in. Bonus attack speed, really good. 100% uptime on that Ancient buff, so you get basically 375 attack speed every single time, and that just helps clear out this Roshan. Not going to be too long with a minus armor aura on hand. AG, they don't have an option to fight inside, and they might even get jumped.
Sleight of Fist, he does juke out the charge. In the meantime, Roshan does end up dropping here. It's Execration. And they're going to be looking to start moving into that tier 2 mid town soon as a Rolling Thunder. It does end up connecting. Raging, he's got the stuns out. How did that happen? Tips are out from among Dyer. I believe he wasn't expecting the Blink Dagger on RR, and he just Rolling Thundered in onto the Ember.
Yeah, just caught off guard, not respecting just how far ahead Execration is farm-wise and even experience-wise to an extent. You can see Execration grouping up mid, taking the tier 2 right after. They're clearing out the map. There's only one outer tower left here for Army Geniuses. You don't have much room to farm up. And we talked about the Gyrocopter maybe being massive in the late game. He hasn't gotten enough farm. He's lacking behind even a Spirit Breaker at this point in build-up. DB does have his Ags up now. Ags alone isn't enough for Gyro. Like, you're going to need a BKB this game, you'll need a Satanic. It takes a ton of space to get that done, and once his tier 2 bot falls, there's not much space left here for Army Geniuses.
Yeah, we just look at the attack speed on Bob. He's got no attack speed items but the treads, and he's just hitting like a madman. Very good to see this Ancient Thunderhide doing a great job. As now they smoke up, they understand how strong they are. Bob, he'll go back to farming as every SF does. The rest of Execration going to start moving into the other side of that dire jungle, and it looks like they're going to find that big target they want. DB, he just got the Ags up. He'll back at the right time. Meanwhile, RR already going to get the D wards out, which is going to give the information for Army Geniuses that they are around that jungle. Mid lane, Mamang Dyer. They're staring him down right now on this Ember. Raging, he's trying to find a way in. He won't find the opportunity yet. Or will he? Rolling Thunder committed. They've got the stun. They time it through the Sleight of Fist. Can they get the perma stun out? You bet your ass they can. And that was perfectly timed from RR. He waited for the Sleight of Fist and jumped in with the blink, and now swaps around. They've at least got Raging Potato there, but he's going to charge forward. He doesn't get the damage off though. Bob gets caught by the Blood Right, but he still has the Aegis up. And he won't actually pop the... She's not popping anything. He's just healing up. Aegis will go down though. Looks like that'll be enough. They back up.
Yeah, it's decent enough hold from AG. They managed to get that swap combination with the Rupture, and once they take out Raging Potato, that's some of the more annoying control that they can't handle taken out of the picture. They hold on to their egg. So they've still got a high ground tool as well for any follow-up fights that Execration might look to force, and they keep trying to stall this game out. They try to get DB more farm, more space. No camps to clear though, so not as much you can get out here. And they're still playing cautiously. They know Execration's this far ahead. Bob is just going for the right-click build on that SF. Daedalus coming up next. With that Thunderhide or whatever else Ancient Creep you could get for the Overlord, you can't stop that SF. Once he hammers into you, that's it. You have to kind of burst him down every time. We have seen that they can do that from that high ground defense. You just need to kind of focus Bob in, but of course he didn't pop BKB, although...
You know what I love about Core Spirit Breaker, John? The fact that you buy Shadow Blade, you pop it before you hit the target that's getting charged, and they have no idea it's coming. Like, the fact that Shadow Blade allows you to... You're allowed to use Shadow Blade mid-charge is one of the beauties of this hero right now, especially considering how popular Shadow Blade is as an item. And here we go again, Raging. Unless he gets spotted by a ward, Mamang Tai is about to cop a big stun, and he's not even going to know what's coming as the Wolves are giving vision, but Rolling Thunder was too early. Way too early there from RR. Just off the mark. And I think they would have gotten away with the charge connecting with that Shadow Blade had they just waited, but RR, ants in the pants, gets a bit too excited.
Yep, missed opportunity, but it is forcing AG to really play cautious. Like, even after taking that Aegis, they're still kind of stuck in their high ground. They will smoke up now. They've got Rupture, they've got Swamp, they've got Egg. They just need to find a good team fight. They need a good spot for it, somewhere nice and tight to catch these heroes in one place.
Well, they're going after Raging. He's very deep again. Shadowblade pump, but he can't really run out of this, and they can just swap him back in. However, Wolfform's going to be popped. They'll chase down LYM in UK. But you are going to see the Icarus dive out. LYM is going to try and TP, but there's no chance of getting out with that much damage flying in. They get a 1-for-1 trade, but it is certainly favorable for the side of Army Geniuses. And as long as they can keep holding high ground, they do theoretically have the better late game draft. So all they've got to do is keep holding out until they can match the net worth of Execration. But they are 13k behind at the moment.
Yeah, it's a lot to gap close there in terms of net worth. Like, down the line, sure, the Ember could start to hit really hard, depending on how Mamang Daya itemizes and starts playing around with the hero, maybe going for the Ags refresh, as we see a couple of times, maybe opting for more of a physical build with Sleight of Fist, emphasis on that. Pretty open on the hero. I think you can't really take away Execration's late game, though. Maybe the Spirit Breaker tapers off, the Lycan to an extent does as well, but the SF, I think, kind of holds its own, especially with its right-click build. So even if you do go late game, Bob is always going to be a constant issue. Did he smoke up an AG side, though?
Oh, you don't want to charge that way, sir. He's just going to pop the Shadow Blade and run. Get stunned, but they can't really capitalize as now he wants to go back in, I think. They want to force a fight. DB gonna get scouted. Sentries are there, but they're not catching Raging yet as Rupture is out. They've got Bomb, but he's gonna pop the BKB, and now the Egg is gonna be committed, but it's out of position. They're gonna burst it down immediately. On to the next. BDZ just spitting at the Bloodseeker. Wobby's gonna die. Mamang Daya, he'll be forced to surrender now, but LYM, he's gonna drop his DB. He is the last one left standing here. I say the last one. I mean the last one available, but Mamang Daya is going to be charged and he didn't see it. Oh, the Shadow Blade again. Pays off for Raging Potato. Bob says it all. They just get outplayed. The GG's called. They've had enough. And that's just a beautiful game from Execration. Very, very clean stuff.
They played spectacularly well. They played this really quick tempo, and we talked about it from draft. And one of the shining moments for Execration as a team is that when they play fast, they play very fast. 23-minute...
Under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill. That's his pleased. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Flashmate! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topias thinking?
tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead, run.
Bounty killing!
Invisibility.
There it goes.
Look.
Gago!
Bottle tower is under attack.
Army geniuses, and it is once again.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
I think they need earlier timings into heroes. Like Bloodseeker, Gyrocopter aren't necessarily late timer heroes, although Gyrocopter certainly can be. But their early game was pretty weak, especially compared to what Execration had. The Lycan, the Spirit Breaker, their two supports on Pango and Snap just come in line so quick. They had greater laning presence coming through. They had so much more damage output that they could play with quickly. Whereas AG, they needed time to farm on the Ember. They needed time to farm up on their Gyro. Their two supports were level 4 when Execration's two supports hit 6. So the power spikes didn't line up. They couldn't fight early on when they were also sort of strong, and it just fell flat. So we'll have to see if AG can sort of sort that out and get what running, hit some earlier timings here.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Shadow Demon. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, definitely. Like the combinations you call out as well. Down the line with Sven is going to be an issue if it is left alone. HE do leave it alone. They open up with their support duo. Maybe Core Undying gets flexed here. Shadow Demon and Undying, a pretty good way of handling the Omni Knight to a certain extent. Shadow Demon with the Ags gives you a way of dispelling off that Guardian Angel, and at the least you can kind of handle that, have some damage, have some control going through, but it's still going to be an issue before that timing on Shadow Demon. That takes a while to farm up. It's going to take a lot for Shadow Demon to hit that time. It's not going to be early on. Omni Knight's still going to have that great presence here. The Undying, we have seen this come true as a core on the offlane again. Echo Saber just makes it obnoxious to run away. He gets really big, really fast. So this is AG kind of fixing that early issue of slower timings. This is a much quicker offlane for them compared to the Bloodseeker. Much more aggressive on hand. I do want to see them to play around the space and just kind of aim for aggression by 10 minutes in. And
Templar
really just
assassin.
go for that quicker tempo. Execration, though, they're going back to more of their old drafting pattern. They take the Bob TA early on, likely going to mid, because Bob loves the hero. We saw him pop off with the SF. You said he didn't have the hairstyle to pull off that the SF with the 3-minute Lotus. He doesn't get the Lotus, but he still knocked, he still knocked the wind out of Namangdaya. You're right. He didn't have it.
Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Yeah, that's a great way of just ensuring that the lane's not going to be too good. Double melee, through strength, sapped away with the decay. Undying can maintain that presence, and he does come in line quickly, so you're not going to feel too much pressure. Like the Sven can still try to run in, but the issue for the Sven is, as a strength hero, relying on God strength, once you're sapped away of some of that strength, it's not going to pan out to as much damage when you pop your ult. So the Undying does keep that in check. Keen to see if Execration do want to go into it. I don't think the Sven is completely necessary, although other combinations with Omni Knight that play with strength are obviously strength heroes. Lifestealer could be something. You do have innate rage, innate spell immunity to kind of ignore the Undying for a little while in team fights, so that could be one route here
5 seconds
for Execration as well if they just want to play with tempo. You could just go with a standard ranged core. I think the Omni Knight still has value just with the Heavenly Grace being so impactful. No matter what, every hero enjoys it. So I don't think this is going to completely shut out Execration, but at least it takes away the strongest combination there. So let's see if Execration's still daring enough to pick it up. I'm keen to see what else Army Geniuses builds off here. Like with the TA up, you know, they're playing against that. They know their mid matchup. You need to give Mamangdaya something he's comfy with. I see the Kunkka's been left unbanned. Kunkka versus TA. You do have a great way of clearing refraction. You do have quick timings, and you can sort of keep up with the TA's farming pace in jungle. So that could be one way AG shifts things up. Get that Kunkka mid. Kunkka Undying, very tanky duo. You've got a good heal on the Undying. You've got a good save on Shadow Demon. You've got very decent hold with Disruption plus the X. So I think they could kind of slide in that Kunkka if they wanted to.
Pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Vengeful spirit.
Radiant team pick. Dire team.
Tinker.
Whoa.
Bounty hunter.
My god.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It is. It's disgusting how much gold you can get, and because of how Tinker's reworked, with more emphasis on early fights, although you could farm with laser, you're going to see those track kills rack up. I'm keen to see if this is the Raging Potato offlane Tinker. I think it should be. And you could maybe run that support Tinker that people have been talking about. But I do think offlane's probably the best role for it in this case. You have to kind of consider the insane stacking they've got with defensive spells. Heavenly Grace and Defense Matrix on a hero. How do you kill someone? Now, that is just... I don't know how you killed someone with those two spots up.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Not just the Guardian Angel, laser miss. Kind of makes the Spectre useless in the right clicks anyway, right? So I don't know if this is actually the perfect solution from AG. Besides just getting information as to where the Tinker is at, they're going to need to commit more. They need to be in position to catch the Tinker out with a Spectre. The timing of Haunt is really long as well. Like that cooldown's just so painful. Like fighting Spectre has sort of come back in with the Echo Saber build we've seen even before the patch. I don't know if it's enough. Some teams make it work. They just play hyper-aggressive around Haunts, and again, you've got Shadow Demon and Undying Venge. You can play fairly fast. The Spectre can join in. I think that's how AG has to pull it off. I am keen to see if the Spectre can kind of maintain its farm here. It's not going to farm as fast as TA. We've seen this over and over again. Spectre does not flash farm well. Blade Mail or Echo Saber, or whatever build you go for, it just doesn't. So Bob should be able to build that gold advantage very quick. The lane for the Spectre, like we talked about laser miss, if it's an off-lane Tinker, I just really don't know how much you can get done there as the Spectre. It's really down to the supports. It's down to the Venge, the Shadow Demon, or the Undying, kind of flexing between Undying and Venge core as to opening up that lane. They really have to ensure Spectre does not get shut out by the constant harassment that can come through from potentially Raging Potatoes Tinker, and just ensure that, like, from 10 minutes to 20 minutes, your Spectre can just farm and just press R in some fights and go back to farming. Every time. That has to happen.
Dire team pick.
Earth Spirit.
Oh. Safe.
10 seconds remaining.
Safe lane TA. Mid lane
5
Tinker.
seconds
Off lane
remaining.
Bounty. Or Bob Earth Spirit mid. Right, like you could run Bob Earth Spirit mid, safe lane TA, Tinker off lane, support Bounty Hunter Omni Knight. That could be one way, but I think they want the Earth Spirit for BDZ. Earth Spirit's just fantastic, right? We love him on that hero. He just performs. This is a really interesting draft from Execration. Interesting's a short word. I think it's a pretty crazy draft from Execration. Not something we've seen them ever do, and so much flexibility closing out. Like, you could run Tinker, TA, Earth Spirit, Bounty Hunter as cores. That's not too strange in spite of being rare. So they have a lot of ways of still mixing and matching their lanes, as AG has to figure out what exactly they want to do here.
Queen.
Choose your hero.
Mm-hmm.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that early aggression with Execration hitting even their level 6 timings is going to be pretty rough for AG. Spectre is going to need a lot of space to farm up, which leaves you with 4 heroes to fight with. Now, those 4 heroes are pretty strong. Pop plus Undying, Venge, and Shadow Demon around can kind of just win these fights by themselves. They just have to find the angle. You talked about the lack of stuns from Execration. Earth Spirit kind of fixes that a bit. And it's still going to be a bit tough to catch out Mamang Dai on the Quap. So I think they got themselves a nice mid to sort of abuse that shortcoming in the draft. And you just have to ensure that they can play around that tempo. Maybe try to play around Haunt if possible, just to give the Spectre safety and give her some farm and give her some kills to build up and slow down the pace of Execration. Need to keep Tino in check. Like, he's the big win condition of Execration. Even if all else falls flat, as long as Tino is also free farming, like the Spectre is, Tino will still win out. So that's the condition for AG. Make the TA lane hellish, hit their early spikes, try to get team fights going with their Undying, Shadow Demon, and Quap, and kind of prevent being run over by Execration, as you mentioned.
Underway, but no, well, there we go. I think the problem as well for AG, and they've got to be particularly careful about this, is how they stack, right? Because you've got an Earth Spirit, you've got a Bounty Hunter. They can easily invade the jungle and start getting that information for their team. And of course, when you're against TA, you've really got to make sure that she doesn't come steal those stacks, because she's going to be online a lot faster than the Spectre is, at least in terms of farming those stacks up. And we'll see what LYM does, whether he does opt to stack early on. But I think if they do, they've just got to be very wary of what Tino's up to as Tino. He's going to run right into LYM. Does ping out, maybe assuming a ward was placed, but LYM hasn't actually placed the ward yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raging Potato on the high ground of the Died jungle is going to spot out UK. He's going to run in as well. It might cost him as the magic missile is going to fly in. He got a bit of bonus gold, but it's not going to be worth his life as they just chase him down now and Raging. This wasn't the way, sir. BDZ, he's going to move in. They've got the Heavenly Grace out. Nice boulder smash through 3. And that's going to be enough. Worth.
It's definitely. It's a lot of time wasted, a lot of spells. He steals the gold in the end. Let's see if they can get away with the bounty, though.
How much gold did he get? Yeah, he got 12 gold. Definitely worthwhile for Raging Potato. Oh, 24 gold now, but they lost the bounty rune. How unfortunate. UK, he's going to walk away with DP. So you get 24 gold for yourself. You could have got about 50 gold for your team, or rather 40, but, you know, nevertheless, Execration, they'll be all right with that. Still going to be, no, it was a 3-for-1. So there you go. Definitely favorable for AG. And while we're here, we'll talk about the mid lane. Mamang Daya against Bob, who's apparently a bit of a helicopter. I think the Quap should have a favorable lane, John, but I suppose Laser is very annoying to play against. How do you feel about this matchup?
Quap still has a good time, especially going for the level 1 Shadow Strike. Just having that does give you really good trade viability here. You can regen through a couple of harassment. You can hold the lane. Maybe wave clearing's a bit slower, but you have to remember Bob has no wave clear at all. Like, laser splash damage is nice. It's not very spammable at early levels. In fact, max level it's 14-second cooldown anyway, so it's not like you can constantly clear out the wave. But you do have good damage, and I think that's something Mamang Dai has to watch for. If he doesn't land the Scream and Shadow Strike, Bob is just... He's got the range, he's got the rockets up, and he can just kind of play from afar and just slowly but surely get his CS up.
It's too much damage. I mean, Mamang Dai has just lost so much HP. It's from a couple spells being thrown out. We'll have a look at the other lanes, because BDZ is going for a big creep pool, but he's going to have to let that one go as UK basically only needed one more decay to really kill BDZ off here. He's still going to go for the chase, but he's out of range now to really connect it, and point, you are going to need a couple right clicks. Of course, top lane is Raging Potato against DB. Spectre versus Bounty Hunter. I don't think it particularly favors either one. And I think BDZ, of course, just going to want to keep UK away from Raging Potato as best as he possibly can. Even then, though, I mean, Raging, he's playing an Agi hero. He's not going to mind the decay too much. We'll see how much pressure UK can apply, but yeah, it can be a little bit difficult, though. Bot lane, Tino. That's a lot of damage being dealt, and they've got the kill. Nice setup there from LYM and Wami. And again, it's very important for them to try and win out these lanes, and that's exactly what they've started doing here for Army Geniuses.
And there's only so much you can do with that Omni Knight early on. You talked about it. In lane, it doesn't feel particularly amazing. With the TR in hand, all you can really do is just help Tino kind of sustain himself. We did see him go for the level 1 melt, trying to kill off LYM earlier on the runes. And, you know, a level 1 melt's fine, but that doesn't mean your initial level. It's very tough against 2 ranged heroes. You have to be up close and personal to clear out the creep wave, and they do manage to abuse that on AG's side. They do have good control in this lane. Disruption and Magic Missile to hold down. The Wave of Terror just amps up the damage, even the illusions with physical, so it can be highly aggressive on the side of AG, and this is something that Execration will just have to sort of contend with and just try to wait out until they get level 4 or 5 up.
Nice little bounty rune snipe here from UK. Top lane, DB. Gonna get kicked back here by BDZ. They haven't got enough to really take him down, but they'll get a substantial amount of damage out. UK, I mean, he's having enough impact. In fact, it's a very nice decay out. Onto 2 now. I suppose they're not really able to shut down Raging, but then again, DB's just free farming right now on the Spectre. Nice self-cancellation, but he's not going to mind too much. He's got the Soul Rip from UK if he needs the heal. UK, yeah, very far forward here, threatening the decay. Will just save the mana for himself. So far, so good though from Army Geniuses. I mean, DB's really having a nice time farming here in the Spectre.
Yeah, they've kind of secured that good lane, and we talked about it. As long as your Spectre is ahead of the TA, you can hit some earlier spikes. You can prevent that complete snowball from coming through from Execration, but I think as long as Tino doesn't die any further on lane, you're also kind of happy with that. For Execration, you're waiting for levels up on Bob, you're waiting for levels up on Raging before really getting the aggression going, and it's just a game of patience for Execration as the lanes for AG are stronger this time around.
Raging gonna turn around for a shuriken toss to cancel the clarity of UK. UK would have loved to have Soul Rip up then, but unfortunately for him it was on cooldown. DB, that is very far forward, sir, but they don't have the kickback. They can't kick him back into that tier 1 tower. Spectral Dagger gonna be back the way of Raging. He's got that little the Ring of Regen going on. Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. He survives on 5 HP, but he is gonna survive. And Raging's not backing. He is just abusing the tower regen, sticking around and soaking XP here off BDZ.
Yeah, playing it smart. He knows he can get away with that. And there's not much you can do on AG's side to abuse that yet. It is a slower start for Raging overall though. 16-0 in terms of CS. Still a very free lane for DB. So I think you're happy with the state of the Spectre here. But what Execration should be very happy about is the state of their Tinker. Like, it's still holding well against Mamangdaya. Mamangdaya is starting to pull slightly ahead, but once you hit the level 6 spike, you could at least threaten with the Keen Conveyance coming through and the, of course, the rearm. You can have some side lane presence to play around with tracks once Raging hits that level. I think the issue with BDZ and Raging sharing lane is that neither hero is going to hit level 6 fast, so that timing is slightly delayed here for Execration.
Absolutely. How's bot lane going, OIM? Actually having a great time here with Wami as well. Like, Wami second in CS right now on the Vengeful Spirit. Not really struggling whatsoever. I suppose the only real struggle right now is Mamangdaya's lane, but he's not really losing it per se. He's 3 CS behind the Tinker. And maybe you would have expected him to be a little bit more dominant, but Tinker, I mean, with the spell spam, is proving to be a real nuisance. And at this point now, Bob, he can just constantly reset with the free TPs he has available to him, because that's very balanced. Thank you, Ice Frog. And Bob, he's going to TP down to the bot lane now and go for a bit of it. No, he cancels the TP. Guess what, though, John? He can just rearm and have another TP. No problem.
Yeah, no issues. You gotta love that about Tinker. Free BOTs. Has a sub-skill to encourage fighting. But it doesn't, because laser splash damage should still farm anyway.
Wami, bot lane going to be in a spot of danger. BDZ tried to make the jump in, but now the turnaround is there. Wami is actually very strong with OIM, and Mamangdaya is going to dive in. They want the kill to go the way of the Quap, and they actually let the Shadow Strike do the work. He's going to be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, they get the kill they're looking for. A really slow start of a game. Only 2 kills on board, both going the way of AG. So they've gotten this early tempo. They've weathered the early storm, but I don't think the storm is brewing yet. Execration, again, needs levels, and they just need to wait for probably Raging Potato 6. That's when you really start to look for some track kills to flow out. That's when Bob will be joining in to secure those track kills. and make it happen. Until that point, AG, as long as they keep building up like this, get the initial farm they need for DB to maybe play in the jungle, you're pretty alright. There is the threat now of Mamangdaya using his Sonic Wave though. The burst damage is building up. You have to remember, we're reaching the point where Undying is also a massive nuisance. You've got the value point and Tombstone, so when the teamfight does break out, AG has the tools to kind of make it work their way as well.
You're getting about that point now where you expect Bob to make the rotations, and here we go. He tracks up for Raging. DB, well, he has the Tumbler's toy, so he's going to be able to back himself up. Already has the wand as well as the stick plus the raindrops as well. So he's kind of preempting these rotations to come in from Bob. Bob, though, he can literally stand there spamming rockets now if he wants. It looks like he's going to try and avoid showing he is actually at the top lane. Not that it matters, though, because he can infinitely TP. So he'll head down to the mid lane again. Just get back to farming. You know, John, I was wondering why Tinker still has the TP slot there. He doesn't really need it. Just remove it.
Yeah, pointless. It gives the new players the wrong impression that they need to buy a TP down the line. Still, LYM disruptive.
Yep, in trouble. Rockets to fly out. They've got no track available, and the Rockets actually hit the illusions. Very unfortunate there for Tino, who probably would have been able to get the kill had those rockets landed. But our Army Geniuses, they are still getting away with quite a lot here in this game number 2. So again, very good news for them. Their Spectre almost top of the net worth board, only behind Wami. And meanwhile, top lane, Mamangdaya does secure the kill onto Raging Potato.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used
Another
to
great
be.
rotation out from Mamangdaya. He did have to commit the Sonic Wave this time, but it's very worthwhile for what they've gotten from that. And they start onto the stacks. They drop the Tombstone to help clear out. Shouldn't take too long. It gives a nice EXP boost as well towards UK. He does want to hit level 6 fairly quick. And Execration hasn't been able to scout that out. And you've got the Bounty Hunter. They haven't really been able to dip into the jungle, although DB's left fairly far forward here.
That he is, and there's no rotations really coming in. You've only got an Undying trying to make his way over DB. He's going to haunt. Which way did he go? Down to the bot lane, but he's right into the purification of RR. They still managed to claim the kill on the Omni. Definitely, you would have preferred that to be on Raging, but I suppose you still get the track gold on RR. The track does not get dispelled by Haunt, so, you know, you're still happy.
Yeah, it's fairly tough for Spec to use the track defensively, although Mamangdaya
is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting rolled on by BDZ. Mamangdaya wanted to go for the fight, but the laser was there from Bob, and that'll kind of dissuade him from going any further. Looks like Bob's already started to work towards that Blink Dagger, and I suppose that might be the time for him to get a bit more active now on the Tinker.
Top tower
About a couple hundred gold away from having that up. Before that point, it seems like he's not too interested, unless it's a free kill, to really get involved with his team. So again, this is buying plenty of time for DB, who is working on towards the Echo Saber. Almost has it up, just needs about 500 gold for that, so definitely will be able to start fighting with his team if he so wishes. As Raging top lane, very far forward again, is going to drop to UK. Another nice kill for Army Geniuses. And I suppose he has nothing better to do right now. Nobody wants to fight on Execration yet.
12 important vitamins and minerals.
They're just playing this slower pace, waiting for those key item buildups. They're getting a lot of farm out onto Tino, so even if you've got that pretty good setup for your Spectre, Tino is not too far behind. He did have a bit of a slower lane, but about 300 gold behind, but should be able to catch up and close out very quick. The Dragonlance about to come out for a TA, so farm's just going to get even quicker after that. And for DB, because he's going for Echo Saber, this next haunt has to lead to a kill for a Spectre. They have to time themselves to run the next haunt, play with that Echo Saber's timing, and just take control from there.
Jeez, the amount of damage Wami does on that then, just kind of ridiculous. Hasn't even got any points in the Vengeance Aura, which is fairly standard. It's now Raging. He came in for the Janata Strike. BDZ is going to try and help out. Mamangdaya, he landed the Scream, but the Hood of Defiance is keeping Raging alive. Sonic Wave is off the mark. Raging, he's out of there. You might lose BDZ, but no, RR trying to help him out as Raging. He is still being chased down. They really want the kill, but I hear a Tinker, and I hear rockets coming. Raging. How much more space is the man going to buy? Now he's caught out. Mamangdaya blinks the right direction and does get the kill. And Bob, I think he was trying to spam rockets, but ultimately they didn't really end up really connecting on anything. And so another nice kill going to the way of Army Geniuses. This is Bob, he's going to have to rotate and try and defend this bot lane now from DB. The DB, he's more than happy to go hit some creeps anyway. He's not concerned by this.
He's just
in fact
farm a little Bob.
It wasn't the position to blink Bob. He's probably gone here. I can't imagine he survives this, and yeah, he's dead. Raging, gonna try and help out and fight back, but you've got more help coming in. UK's there with the Undying, and that's gonna force Raging Potato back, and even forces BDZ to cancel his TP as he was TPing right onto the tombstone.
Good save coming out on, preventing any rotations onto that spec. They managed to find a punishment on that Tinker. Have to watch the positioning. Oh,
very dangerous again. Mamang Dai is there with the damage. In fact, they'll just swap back in RR and go for an easy kill. Raging, he dies bot lane. Execration, they're really overextending in this game number 2, and it's costing them very heavily. As Bob, he's trying to move in to get these kills. He might get LYM and does, but is it going to cost him his own life? He gets the blink off in time. They still know he's gone somewhere. TP out, is it going to be there? No.
Yeah.
Did he just... How did he cancel that TP?
I'm not sure. Probably a small mistake. He does die in the end. Good punishment out from AG, and they have built up 2-9, 14 minutes in. They're hitting their timings on every hero. They're buying space out for the spec, who's still in the top 2 of net worth. Not what I expected. I expected Execration's lineup to just play aggressive once they hit that level 6 on their Tinker, to play around with the Heavenly Grace sustain up front. We haven't seen RR dip into these lanes to play with that sustain he can give. He's just been sticking to Tino to ensure the TA gets farmed. Now, they do clear out the top tier 1. They get an objective. They're still staying in the net worth, and they're kind of evening out, and there's no push coming through from AG yet. They are pressuring bot, but can't quite find a trade. So in some ways, Execration's still hitting some good peaks, but I feel like they start to ask for more relatively soon.
Well, the tracks are going to start adding up now, and I think Execration is starting to realize they might need to group up and actually get some work going as well. Rockets are flying. Look at this. I mean, TP, he's trying to run. They have so much vision, and DB, he's still going to survive, but they do get the Undying. Meanwhile, UK ends up dropping here to Bob, and he manages to TP out. RR, he's going to try and back out of there. Meanwhile, towards the north, LYM, he gets a purge off with the Raging, but turns around for the Shadow Poison. And that might just cost him, as he will go down to BDZ. And that net worth lead you were acquiring on AG, it is going to disappear very fast against these track kills of Execration if you're not too careful.
You can't afford to lose your Spectre at all. Like, they lost him earlier on. He was just getting run down by the missile barrage with track. They lose a lot of stacks here as well. It's not a quick clear out from Raging Potato, but with Bob around with lasers, that's going to make it a lot faster, and that's a lot of farm that they have been trying to save up, and this is when it starts to get really shaky, because now Tino's gotten more space. He's number 1 in net worth. It's a TA with Dragonlance up. Once you get the Deso up, once you get the Blink up, you're not going to keep pace with that as a Spectre, not yet.
Rockets flying in again, Raging just throwing out the tracks. They're going to try and kill him off, but it's going to be a lot of damage flying in. Still, UK is there to try and help out Bob. Now there's your Heavenly Grace and Guardian Angel being thrown as Raging. He does get purged, but it won't be enough as now the Haunted DB, they really want this kill. They're going to go after RR instead. Where's the Rockets? Not out yet. Mamang Daya, he can keep going. Tino, he's going to join in down with the Deso, but it's a full 5-on-5 engagement in the mid lane. Raging, he might die and finally does go down as the Soul Rip is there, but Mamang Daya is dropping low and does drop as well to Tino. BDZ, he's going to try and back Wami. He'll keep rushing, but Tino's doing way too much damage, and they'll get another kill.
Middle tower is under attack.
And the thing is, you can find a 2-for-3 trade, but again, those tracks, they make it so much more worthwhile for Execration. And you can see even the gold change, I believe it was only 1 or 2 track kills they got, but they still got better gold than Army Geniuses.
It's just way too much, and the fact that you're forcing your Spectre to join in with just the Echo Saber, it's not matching the spike on Tino. He's got that Deso timing up. He hits too strong. He was left alone for way too long. It just boils down now to that core matchup. TA versus Spec. TA will always farm faster and hit these spikes earlier compared to Spectre no matter what.
DB is going to be very careful now. BDZ is having a hunt around, but he's got teammates around him. Raging's going to move in and start getting those tracks out. In fact, they roll right in. BDZ, he's rolled way too far. It's the classic Earth Spirit bait. Sees a Spectre, thinks he can land the roll, gets juked, and he rolls right into a tower. We've all done it. All us Earth Spirit players, we do it all the time. It happens. Here they go on. Yeah, I mean, tracks are there, John. It's going to be a lot of damage flying out as UK just gets deleted. DB, I don't know about going in like this. It is a very dangerous predicament. Sonic Wave is there, but look at the damage on Mamang Daya. 2 uphill misses in a row. Are you kidding me? Mamang Daya being blessed by Gaben as DB still trying to run from these rockets. Moving in, RR. Unable to get any kills, but it won't matter as the... It's too much. I mean, these side blades, there's too many broken things in this one game, and it's bothering me over and over again, and as the team fight breaks up.
Yeah, it's just too much. Execration's just got this early tempo lineup that might not have been finding kills, but they got a lot of space for a TA to do TA things. You know, with level 2 up on the ult of Bob, the rearm's a lot easier to play around with 2-second channel time. He's going to have Ag soon, so the shrink rate is going to be in play, taking away 10% of the HP as well, and the bounce just being so
boy, just look at the net worth of Tino now, John. Just a second ago, he was behind DB. Just look at him. He's 4K ahead.
Yeah. He bounced up in the last fight, like around mid lane, when he took a couple of those kills when they went 2 for 3 on Execration side, and that's when he bounced back, like just off those tracks, and it's just impossible to play this economy game now.
Oh boy, they didn't have the swap. Oh, DB commits Haunt, they don't kill Bob, and now Bob's going to come back with a full reset, and guess what, John? They're going to fight in that exact same spot. Tino, he's waiting on the high ground. DB's going to run right into him. Meanwhile, towards the south, they've got Wami controlled up. LYM is trying to help. Mamang Daya, you're only amplifying the side blade, sir. He helps out the side of Execration. As LYM just going to get torn apart.
Dyer's bottom tower.
They got a 4 for nothing. I hate Tinker so much. I really do. It's just not a fair hero. You can't balance this hero, John. As long as Rearm exists, this hero is... You can't balance it. It's unbalanceable.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Tall order to expect this thing to be balanced. And they just rip apart. Execration, suddenly 13k lead. I wonder how the graphs look like. Team Network, yeah,
which one would you
spikes up and never goes down. Network, you can see it was slower, right? AG was winning laning phase. They were taking the kills. There wasn't much coming out for Execration. Then Track comes through and that's it.
Oh, here we go again. Raging is right on target. Gets the vision again. Roll in. BDZ can find even more as they go right in onto that Shadow Demon. LYM just gets ripped apart as Mamang Daya is going to try and move in, but the Hood of Defiance protecting Raging. Do they have the detection? They should, and they do. Able to secure the kill. A 1-for-1. Definitely more favorable for the side of Army Geniuses.
Dyer's middle tower.
But the fun doesn't stop there as Tino's joined in now in UK. Well, he's going right to the graveyard as Bob. He's king of the hill right now. More than happy to stand on the cliff and spam out some more spells.
Oh, disgusting. I just saw it. I saw Heavenly Grace plus Defense Matrix. 70% stat resist. That sounds nice. That's not even max Defense Matrix. Yeah, 70%. Oh, good. What stuns? What control? How will you kill the Tinker if he does have that protection? I have no clue. Roach being started by Tino with that Dezo and the Chrysalis. This guy's just so far ahead. 14k, almost 2 times more than DB. 2 times Mamang Daya's net worth at least. Yeah, Execration, they played us very patient early game. They kind of give out a little bit in their laning phase. You know, they don't win out as we saw in game 1, but they get the investment in this TA. AG, they need to get something for, well, for their Quap if it lived, and for their Spectre, right? Like, you only have Yasha, you have Echo Saber. We talked about Echo Saber and Spectre, meaning that you have to play with Haunt. It's not happening.
Yeah, Raging, he does at least get caught out here. So they've got the Bounty Hunter again, or do they? Swap him back in, Disruption. They don't exactly chain them. Raging, he's a tanky boy with that Mage Slayer up, but he's going to be able to go down. But DB, they got Raging, but they lost their Spectre. UK now. Oh, here come the rockets, Sean. He's got the Ags up now, so 4 rockets. Enjoy. UK, I mean, they're trying to dive the Tinker. I'm not sure what they're expecting. Guardian Angel's out. He's just on top of the cliff. DB's going to try and get this done with a buyback, but they just can't get it. Tino, he's not even hitting the Spectre. He wants the Tombstone first. He wants the Tombstone. He knows it's going to expire.
Holy shit! Ultra
Spectre, I mean, he's going to expire, but he doesn't have a time limit. Tino, he decides when the Spectre expires.
Yeah, that's a smart play. Just work the economy game. We're seeing the issues of handling a Tinker on the cliff, and they call it. They call it.
I don't blame
22 minutes, 46 seconds in. They call the GG AG. They just got, to a certain extent, outdrafted. I think for the most part, outdrafted. Certainly, Execration did manage to play very clean as well. It takes a lot of skill to hit those timings, to coordinate as a team, to work out those lanes from game one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag, tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Flashmate! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Top is thinking?
tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axe is
Fight us more.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dyer's courier shall carry no more. Coming for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Axe is pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your bleed.
To be. That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dyer's top barracks are under attack. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axe is pleased.
Snuff out your sanity.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dyer's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dyer's bottom tower. It turns out Dyer's middle tower was worth a damn. It will Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks have fallen. Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dyer's bottom barracks are under attack. Dyer's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Dyer's ancient is under attack. Axe is pleased. Dyer's ancient is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axe is pleased. The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag, tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree. Die. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gago!
Your structures are... The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree. Axes, please. Killing spree. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axes! Mega kill!
I just roar.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dire's courier shall carry no more. Come in for dinner. Boy, flashlight! Is pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your bleed.
To be, that Radiant's top tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axes, please! Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axes, please!
Snuff out your sanity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower. It turns out Dire's middle tower was worth a damn. It would Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Watch me! Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain! Dire's middle tower has fallen! Double kill! Dire's ancient is under attack! Axes, please! Dire's ancient is under attack! Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axes, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Mega kill!
I just roar.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dyer's courier shall carry no more. Coming for dinner. Boy, flashlight! Axe is pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your bleed.
To be. That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dyer's top barracks are under attack. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axe is pleased!
Snuff out your sanity.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack!
I'll
5 seconds remaining.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Radiant team bad. Dominating! Dyer's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dyer team bad. Radiant team Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. 10 seconds remaining. Tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dyer's bottom tower. 5 seconds remaining. It turns out Dyer's middle tower was worth a damn. It would Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks have fallen. squashed me! Monster kill! Like many a barrack before. Dire team Dire's bottom barracks are under attack! Radiant team pick. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Kill! Dire's ancient is under attack. Axes, pleased! 10 seconds remaining. Dire's ancient is under attack. 5 seconds remaining. Double kill! Axe proclaimed a radiant victory!
We're doing.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Axes, please. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Tide Hunter. Radiant team ban. Lycan. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Hey! 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the ban alone is not enough hold because you have to prioritize now between Pangolier or Lycan to hold down with the grip. And if you leave the Pangolier alone, he's going to roll over you and interrupt the grip anyway. So there's still a bit of a back and forth there. Galaxy Racer do go into Dark Willow, which is another pretty good option to hold Lycan down. You've got the Cursed Crown, you've got the Bramble Maze to catch Lycan out, so you're starting to build up more control to play with, along with that Ravage on the Tide. This is fairly aggressive on GXR side. The two supports can play fairly quickly, although I'd say Bane would want to be comfy with at least an
5 seconds remaining.
Aether Lens to really have the range to get a safe grip out, maybe even a Glimmer Cape to protect himself, but even with just a fast 6 timing, you will have impact here. So it's looking pretty good for GXR. They've got some answers to the pacing and the fights that Execration might want to take early. I'm keen to see, going back to the point with Drew, what hero they will pick up. Like, Bloodseeker is banned because obviously it's something Drew loves and it's pretty good against Pango Lycan. I think Drew really loves this Lifestealer as well. That could still slot in. especially since you could infest the dominated creep coming out. Execration though straight into Lesh and Abaddon. So this is one really great way to counter out that Bane pick. Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield. Grip is not going to be a total issue unless you somehow hold the Abaddon back first. Prevent him from getting that protective spell onto the Lycan or Pango as need be. And just kind of get the grip afterwards, which is a harder thing to do than say out in theory.
Radiant team ban.
Admiral Kunkka.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like the push potential of Leshrac and Lycan's just ridiculous right now. I love that Execration do ban out the Lifestealer because it's in a way it's a counter to Lycan's Overlord, because you could down the line infest the Ancient Creep, I guess. So, you know, there is that factor that he could take the Dominated Creep away and kind of work it. And it is a Drew specialty. He loves it no matter what team he's playing on. It's a consistent here. We've seen him pick up. So they play it safe. I can see what GXR feel like might come out here for Execration, what they're expecting, right? Because with the Lycan, we saw Tino play it last time, but I think people are a lot more used to it on the off lane, just because it still hits its timing, and they are prioritizing safe lane bans. They even ban out a sniper, just to ensure that they can kind of get their blink initiation and get, you know, don't have to deal with shrapnel spamming them out, making the defense a lot harder for the Tide. So they understand that there is a quicker pace from Execration, but I worry about this flex closeout, because Execration could just flip the lanes now if they want, give Raging Potato, Lycan, something else on safe for Tino, or just keep Tino and Lycan, get a bigger team fighter on the offlane and go from there. No, but we got a message in, so we will remake after the picks are in. In Your Dream is back, so Drew's not gonna play at all. In Your Dream made it. Kami-sama's up. He's ready to go, and I know that I feel like that gives maybe a slight advantage to GXR, because look at the bans. Those were two Drew heroes, Bloodseeker and Lifestealer. That's not something In Your Dream normally plays. So in a way, you know, Galaxy Racer can kind of toy around with this last pick. We'll see. Execration, they're taking their time to dip in here. Again, they've got the flex and the Lycan pick. The Night Stalker you mentioned slides in very nicely here to give them that momentum, to get them that control. Very obnoxious here to bully out as well. And it's just one more here that they have to worry about controlling. They do have decent AoE on GXR, but they're solid control on single target. It's mainly on the Bane and the Kunkka. So you do have to pick and choose. Execration do go with a Morph. Looks like we will have a Raging Potato off lane. Lycan with a Morphling safe lane for Tino. Tino Morphling. This is something he's been playing for a year now, a year and a half since we've casted him, right? Like all the way back to Omega, then to Adroit, then to Omega again.
10 seconds
This is a hero he
remaining.
knows to play with. You don't have Morphling combos here, no Shaker,
5 seconds
nothing silly like that.
remaining.
No Tiny as well. So it's a very straightforward Morphling lane. It gives them a stable win condition that can farm into late. And I'm keen to see if GXR kind of responds in kind. Get a nice big hero. And that can also play towards the late game with some good spikes early on. Terrorblade could fit in there, but Terrorblade into Lash is pretty
Choose your
obnoxious. They go
hero.
to Sven instead. So 3 big strength cores on GXR. Konka tied Sven. It's going to be hard to burst them down, especially when the boat flies through. I don't know if Execration will have enough damage on hand, but we will get that.
We'll disconnect ourselves and we'll get into the new.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. "30 seconds to battle. The battle begins! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Radiant's top tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Your edge needs sharpening! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's middle tower is under attacks! Dire's top tower has fallen! Axe needs something to chop! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower has fallen! Dire's top tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks! Dire's middle tower is under attack! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Radiant's bottom tower has fallen! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks. Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. If Dire's middle tower was worth a damn, it would Dire's still be bottom standing. tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower has fallen! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks! Dire's top tower has fallen! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack! Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower! It turns out, if you hit it enough, it will fall! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many Radiant's
wounds.
middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant team banned. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think there were a couple of things that just became uncontrollable for GXR. They had so many targets they had to focus on with their Bane control. Their great single target control was limited to one hero. They had this great AoE with Ravage, with Boat coming through, with Torrent coming through as well, and the Bramble Maze, but it just wasn't enough. They needed to lock in one hero for a very long time, and it was only Paulson that could do it. So he had to choose between the Pangolier, between the Lycan and the Morphling, and every time he'd leave one of them alone, he wouldn't be able to get the full channel off. We saw the time he tried Morphling, even without the Aphotic Shield, BDZ just rolled in. So there was a lot of issues in terms of locking in these big heroes. I think that's something GXR will have to be cautious about. And just maybe dealing with the Lycan. They don't ban the Lycan. They actually do prioritize banning out the Pangolier here as the draft is sort of underway. So we're still waiting for the first picks, but they leave the Lycan alone. Execration has first pick. They can't pick back-to-back now, but they could eye the Lycan once more and kind of set up for it if they want to.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a safe way to draft for Execration. We know that they love picking Bob here second for the most part, like unless they're going for that really quick pace where they just prioritize the Tino Raging Potato Flex with Lycan. So definitely a big possibility here for Execration. We saw Galaxy Racer take their time in their pick. They do go Rubik, which was one of the heroes we used to see against Omni Knight. So once you have the Spell Steal, you take the Heavenly Grace yourself, you take the Purification for yourself, you take Guardian Angel, you've got pretty good control with the lift up as well, and the follow-up stun smashing down, and it's a really good save once the Ag Shard's in. So you can kind of pull your ally up, toss them back, play around that. Execration, they do go with a Bat Rider next. There is a Timbersaw on GXR side. This very stable way of just punishing the strength support on the Omni Knight. Omni Knight itself doesn't really stop a Timbersaw from just running up and getting his damage off in lane, but you can sort of try to balance out with sustain, but the damage of Timbersaw early on might be too much for the Omni Knight to just heal up his safe lane core. So good response from GXR. An Execration with Bat Rider, we talked about their second pick being a Bob pickup. This could be mid. It could still be Raging Potato on the off. They've got that flexibility going for themselves here on Execration's side, and they've got a really good piece of control with Lasso. They've got a great way of just farming up and building up very fast in the Bat Rider. So it's still relatively quick pace, and they can just draft around that now.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
I think it's too much value with an Omni-Knight in lane. It's almost like the Abaddon, right? Like when Mist Coil was what you leveled up. So you just shift all the way to strength when you're low, get one heal, you're back to full HP. How do you harass that guy out? You can't. So it's a safe ban for GXR just because the sustain potential is a bit ridiculous. You don't have the best hold with just a Rubik on hand. You're going to have to look elsewhere. And your next support pick, Timbersaw as well. It's not very good control for Morph. And it's just too much value for Execration. So we'll see what GXR picks up. Should be their hard 5. I'd say they do need a little bit more control. If they want, they could consider a way of dispelling the Batrider. You don't have Abaddon. You do have Oracle if you are still worried about the lasso coming through from the Batrider. So Oracle could be one way, getting a strong dispel in your team and give yourself some sustain as well. Oracle hasn't been super popular, but it is still very strong with the right lineup. And if they are worried, that could be one way to handle the Bat. But we don't really see that prioritize against Batrider. Normally, you do want, like, say, the Abaddon, ideally, maybe Shadow Demon to break a lasso. None of those options are there. I'm not sure if GXR will really want to dip in, because if they go Oracle, the lack of control starts to highlight itself. Like, you could maybe play with the chain out on the Timbersaw with the root follow-up. It's not very reliable. They go to Void Spirit first, so it's looking like their mid pickup here for Alacrity. And that should hold out lane fine. If it's against a Batrider, the Batrider still has a pretty decent time there. As we have seen Bat, very hard to zone out with that. And Execration into the Lion. So they've got really solid single target control now with Lion and Bat. They've got decent AoE control with the Earth Spike coming through, and they have great burst with the Lion Finger. So they have ways of ripping through Timbersaw early on, but he should hit a fairly quick timing on the Hood of Defiance. You still have a lot of good options to hold down the Void Spirit, and it just allows Execration to still look to play this fast pace in terms of fights.
And pick up into the
Dire team pick. Night Stalker.
You know what it is, Mike? It's like me with the Sand King last time, where I'd always say, oh, Sand King's great here. Never comes out. With you, it's Night Stalker. You keep thinking, oh, Night Stalker's really good here. It only comes out when we never mention it. So that's how the teams are watching. They know. They're like, oh, he didn't say Night Stalker. Let's take it. And that should be our offlane hero now for Raging. Maybe if Execration wants to be silly, they could run pause one Night Stalker, get something else for Raging. But this should just be our Raging Potato hero. Excellent control, very hard to zone out. First Nighttime gives him pretty quick tempo to play with, although first Nighttime doesn't necessarily mean our Night Stalker looks for rotation. But with a Night Stalker and Omni Knight, with Night Stalker taking point, I don't know how you really hold down this hero. With Heavenly Grace running, with all the heals that can come through, he should just be able to maintain his presence up front and deal with all the heroes on GXR. The response from GXR is pretty good, though. Phoenix coming out, that is their hard 5.
Dire team back.
Issue I see here is control. It's not looking great. Like, the team fight and sustain with Phoenix Timbersaw is pretty darn nice. The egg is going to be pretty nice, but you don't have the
Radiant
best
team
defense for the egg.
ban.
At the same time, Execration doesn't have the best way to hit the egg. So there is still some value here for the Phoenix. You don't have to worry about Snapfire. The right-click damage or the right-click speed from Batrider and Night Stalker is not particularly fast. I guess Night Stalker is fast, but you can kind of mitigate that with Fire Spirits if you don't
10
manage to cast it.
seconds
So
remaining.
a bit more back and forth does play into the sustain of the
Dire
Tim.
team back.
And again, you don't need to worry about the egg being completely bursted down fast, but I don't know. Like, it's just a lack of hold that I'm worrying about. It's almost the same issues we saw in Game 1, where you had Ravage, you had Boat, but you really were relying on Fiend's Grip. Here, what do you have? You
10
have Lift from
seconds
Rubik and
remaining.
Remnant from Void Spirit. Those don't last as long as the Grip, and
5 seconds
it's not very
remaining.
reliable either.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Slog.
Ooh.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's tough. It's not a particularly great Terrorblade game as for In Your Dream, because you've got Lion with Finger, you've got Good Hold, you've got the Batrider, you've got Night Stalker that can gap close. So it's not the best here for In Your Dream. Maybe something like a Life Sealer could be nice. Infest Bomb on Timbersaw, and yeah,
Choose
Infest Bomb and
your
Timbersaw
hero.
and Void Spirit could be good. And you do manage to dodge out some of those spells, so Life Sealer is the option. Plays nice with Phoenix Heal. It does give you some quick tempo to play with. I do feel like Execration really won out in draft, though. Like, their control is a lot better. Sure, Rage is there on Life Sealer, but Lasso goes through spell immunity, so you don't really need to worry about that at all. And if your Night Stalker jumps Life Sealer first with his Silence, you're not going to have to deal with Rage in that window anyway. So the control of Execration is looking good, and the tempo is looking really good. GXR, they ran out of options. You know, they banned all the cores. They couldn't pick up Slark. They had to settle for Life Sealer. If it's a pick I could read, I think that's a pretty bad sign if I could call it out.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's just been very fast coming out from Execration all day. And it's kind of interesting to see, because Execration, they're playing with a stop. I mean, we kind of questioned it in Game 1, but they've been working so much better as a team. Somehow, like, the coordination's not an issue at all. They've been executing really cleanly. We'll see if they can maintain that. Another thing I want to point out, we didn't even raise up, but Slark coming out here.
Prepare
We saw
for
this before.
battle.
We saw it yesterday. Depth Shroud is such a busted spell. Depth Shroud is an insanely busted spell. Like, I swear I saw... Who was it? I saw Tortellini post that, oh, by the way, Depth Shroud breaks LC2. I was like, oh, we saw that in the game before. You know?
Yeah.
Like, there goes your control. Depth Shroud just makes you untargetable for 1,400 gold by the 20-minute mark. What a very balanced shard.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, John, I was spending that whole game wondering why Jewel was only lasting like half a second. I couldn't figure it out. I was so confused. And I saw the same post from Tortellini. And I was like, well, we just saw that tonight. So yeah, Death Shroud, pretty like, why does it cancel Jewel for? Because you can't see the guy, I guess, but it's like
30 seconds
necessary, isn't it? Unnecessarily broken. Zara, careful, so this is a bit unnecessary as well. They get the D ward off. BDZ's going to move in as well to maybe try and help out a little bit. They're still fighting up the high ground. Paulison, he does have Fire Spirit, so no Icarus dive available, but it won't matter. Everyone gets out scot-free. Nobody dying quite yet. RR taking the most damage, but he could just always run back to the fountain, TP back to the lane. And it is still going to end up being a 2-for-2 trade in terms of those bounty runes.
Yeah, still relatively even. You don't really lose out in much. RR is not going to mind losing that much HP, although it might make it a bit awkward with the initial trades in lane. Do you see Tino heading down bot on the Slark, taking that safe lane role, as we have seen all day, along with, of course, RR on that Omni Knight. So Omni Knight Slark lane, very well to sustain, allows the Slark to just kind of spam out Dark Pact if things get dicey, because you'll just immediately get healed up by the Purification. GXR though, with Jokam on the Rubik and Mizu on that Timb, there is some potential for aggression. Like the Fade Bolt's going to make it relatively annoying for Tino to focus in on last hits. He does have the Dark Pact again to kind of shift that around. In the Slark versus Timbersaw, there's a back and forth there where once Essence Shift is up, you can kind of build off of how tanky the Timbersaw is, but you have to respect the burst damage from GXR, especially once Lift is up in Jokam. They can just line up the Lift, get the chain off, get the Whirling Death, and start to apply pressure that way. So RR has to be pretty on point with his Purification heals to ensure Tino's not going to be bullied out.
Absolutely. Mizu and Jokam, we'll see what they can get done here. Alacrity, of course, in the mid lane against Bob. We saw this exact same laning stage for Alacrity last night, and he did struggle with it quite a bit. The Bat Rider, you just stack up so many sticky napalms, and eventually you just pop the Firefly and rush him down. We'll see if Alacrity can kind of negate what happened to him yesterday, as he had a really tough game on that Void Spirit. Bob on the Bat Rider, very used to playing this hero by this point, and we'll see when he does want to get aggressive, but I imagine it should be relatively soon.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
about that point where you're level 3, probably level 4 when you get the Firefly Max, or get a value point in Flame Break, so either 202 or 211. That's when you can really pump it in on the Void Spirit. And Void Spirit can't protect himself because Resonant Pulse blocks physical damage. So Bob can just run down with Magical. That makes it awkward for Alacrity, and the farm pace of Bob should be a bit quicker, so gotta watch out. He's diving now.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Alacrity going to try and dissimulate his way out of this. Is it going to be enough? No, it won't. Bob's got him. And it's too easy to call it. Like, once you hit that level 3, it's just so easy to make that dive in as the Bat Rider. Unfortunately, there's not really much that Alacrity can do about it.
Just gonna have to settle. And it's great timing for Bob because Water Rune spawn up, so he just gets immediately topped up in the downtime. He's just ready to go again. It's a scary spot for Alacrity. His bottle not there yet. Didn't opt for it. He did go for the magic wand to kind of have some burst healing on hand, but if Bob just times himself right, it's not going to be a massive issue. So we'll have to see if Alacrity, as you mentioned, can fix up what we saw yesterday. So the last lane we haven't looked at up top. Easy is online, although Bob.
No, he's gone pretty deep this time. Alacrity might be able to punish, and they've got him. The T1 tower gets it done. Alacrity gets a bit of revenge there. I mean, that time you called it, John. You did say he'd go back in. Unfortunately, this time, though, it does pan out the way of Alacrity.
Yeah, and that's some good punishment for Alacrity. Just getting a bit overconfident there on Bob. He needs everything he can get here on the Void Spirit. You don't want to lag too far behind. You want to hit those early timings with your Null into the Ags, have that silence. So it gives us the chance to swing up to that top lane. You've got Raging Potato on the Night Stalker up against In Your Dream. Fairly passive lane for both sides. Of course, Paulson's there to help out IYD. And the sustain, the damage that can come through with a Phoenix, especially once Fire Spirits hit level 2, can be pretty annoying, but Night Stalker's fairly tanky. We're reaching the 5-minute mark where first Nighttime's up, and Hunter in the Night's just gonna make it a bit harder to zone him out. You can see BDZ understands the lane super passive. He's just trying to build up stacks. He was being chased down a while ago by the Phoenix, so he didn't get to build as much stacks early on for the Bat Rider, but because the Night Stalker is so self-sustaining, as long as BDZ gets the time in between waves to stack up, you're still gonna have that flash farm ready for Bob.
Fair enough. Paulson gonna cop a stun here. BDZ trying to be a little bit annoying with this small camp pull being attempted by Paulson, but
has been slain.
Paulson won't be able to get it off.
Couriers are not safe. Ha! Now this is a battle.
Your Dream, though, he's having a really decent time here against the Night Stalker. My main issue is the fact that Raging is having an even better time. You know, it's almost like, in fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, we're having another dive here from Bob. He does get the kill on Alacrity. It may cost him his own life. It won't matter if it does, but a nice dodge on the Fire Spirit, and he dodges the next one as well. Really, really great juking as Bob now wants to try and find a way back in to go after Paulson. Sunray's going to be there. Maybe he's overextended. He'll try and find a way out. He is outrunning the Sunray, and he might be able to turn. The flame breakers up, but no, Paulson secures the right click to get the kill. BDZ going to TP in to secure the lane for himself. You know, John, if this was a pump game, you know your mid laner, he'd be raging right now. You know, where's my supports? Why aren't they TPing earlier? I've heard it all, John. BDZ doing the right thing, though. He's here for the creep wave. He doesn't care about his Bat Rider.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're still fairly happy with that kill anyway. You took the core first. You're not giving EXP out to Alacrity. Paulson does need the EXP on the Phoenix, but that does leave his Night Stalker alone, his Life Sealer alone. It is nighttime, so Raging Potato can start applying that pressure into In Your Dream, make it awkward for him to walk up to the creep wave and get last hits, and that's one of the sacrifices you make. It's less of an issue for Lion to not show up because, as we've seen, BDZ's just stacking anyway.
Radiant's towers are fortified.
That he is.
Like axe.
Alright. Trying to be cheeky with that bounty rune, but Paulson able to take it away. Meanwhile, mid lane, oh, they're going after this poor Void Spirit again. Alacrity, he's going to get lassoed up, dragged right back into the tier 1 tower. He'll try to dissimulate, but I don't think there's really a way out for him. He hits level 6 and tries to go back in on BDZ, but he doesn't get the kill, but the Fade bolts in, but it won't matter. Bob, he knows how greedy Alacrity got for that kill. He throws the tip out, but it may backfire on him, or does it as Joe Cam now going to be a secondary kill for Bob. I mean, even if you die now, you'd be more than happy as Bob to get the free reset, but he won't even die. He just survives through it.
Super fortified.
Yeah, and
like you
the great thing is Lion will come in with bottle refill. Bob's gonna be ready to go. And the solo lane for Raging, he's building up. He's level 7 now. IYD is still 5, nowhere near 6. So the Night Stalker gets a nice free lane, building up for himself. The Slark, sure, the matchup against Timbersaw is still a bit tough, but Tino's having a better time now than In Your Dream. So you're gonna hit that 6 spike. You're gonna be able to start making plays, just focus on the jungle perhaps. You have to watch the damage output of Mizu at this point, but you're in a really good position here for Execration. Pretty much every lane is 1 out. Top 1 for you, mid 1 out for you. Bot lane you could say is a draw, but it's not that big of an issue because it's a Timbersaw. You're expecting to lose that lane in worst case scenario. The fact that Tino is still getting something there is already good news for Execration.
Oh, absolutely. 5-3, Raging. Fighting a little bit within Your Dream. I mean, they're just kind of trading hits here on the Night Stalker and Lifestealer. In Your Dream, he already knows he can't really kill a Raging Potato right now unless Raging really overextends. Meanwhile, mid lane, Bob, he does end up dropping, so Paulson this time makes a decent rotation over. They get the Bat Rider, and Alacrity will be very happy to see that Bat Rider dying for once as Tino now. Bottom lane is starting to struggle quite a bit on the Slark. Mizu has hit that level 6 mark. Can begin to be very aggressive on the Timber. Tino actually going to stick around.
Connection to the void.
It's like Alacrity, he's got an arcane rune, so he's going to try and make his way over and see if he can set up on the Void Spirit. In the meantime, though, In Your Dream is also being chased down by Raging, and BDZ's around, but the Earth Spike is off the mark, and In Your Dream's going to turn here. Investors out. They want that Lion, and he might just be able to get him, as Alacrity will go for a quick TP in, sets up a kill, and In Your Dream does get it. RR desperately trying to get in range to get the purification off, but won't be able to get there in time. TP away. Now they won't have the damage. Just barely off. Luckily, he sticks around. He's got 2 Astral Swept charges again. Makes the first jump in. Raging going to try and fight, but he's got a secondary jump if he wants to. It's like Raging a little bit too healthy at the moment. He'll try, but he misses. Now Raging might turn back on him. Alacrity going very, very far forward. He's got no way out. He needs a couple seconds for that Astral Step, but no, turns back in on Raging. TP in from Mizu will be enough to force him back, as now Raging gonna find a Timbersaw right by him. They committed the egg across the map to turn the nighttime off. I believe that's what Paulson just did.
Yeah, it did stave off the aggression, but now you lose a big teamfight spell. So Paulson's not going to have the egg for a minute and a half. It's a big window for Execration to just sort of dance around here. It's going to be daytime anyway in 20 seconds. RR is left alone. There are lots of heroes up top, but they're not really able to fully commit. So it's just more space out for Execration to keep playing this farm game. It's a ton of space for Tino to keep farming in Slark on the bot lane. And you're getting a lot more for Bob as well. He's got travels up. He can show up a lot more often for his lassos.
Ball, very aggressive kind of play here, trying to get that power in, but he has an Omni Knight right behind him, and they've got Alacrity on the Void, and they blow him up in time. Raging, he joins in. They've even got Paulson. Finger out for BDZ. In your dream, he's going to try and fight. BDZ, he might end up dying and does eventually go down to In Your Dream, but they even clean up Jocam. And it seems as though the only person they realize they can't deal with right now is the lifesteal. Now, they'll happily leave In Your Dream to be, though. In fact, In Your Dream's the one chasing Raging down. I don't know if they can actually kill him, though, which is the problem, but he pops the rage. Maybe they can. With Mizu around, they'll have the damage. So his persistence does pay off. It's certainly still a favorable trade going the way of Execration, however.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, in that rotation, In Your Dream had to show up to help out, so he's not farming, he's not hitting creeps. Compare that to Tino's state, where he's left alone in lane. Slark's just able to clear out waves by himself, get solo EXP, get solo farm. The Echo Saber is almost up and running here on our Slark, and that should give Tino the stats he needs to maybe help out. Join in fights, start to build up stacks for himself. And on the permanent Agio with the Essence Shift. For now, not the case. Execration's happy enough to just get the aggression for themselves. Bob is allowed to clear out these massive Ancient stacks. Like, that's a ton of gold that the Bat Riders can get. That's going to lead into the blink timing here for Bob, and that just makes these fights a lot harder. Like, there's nothing to stop him. They haven't warded out this jungle area. There were a couple sentries that were running around here, but they couldn't clear out these Ancients. And, well, Bob's blink just gets closer and closer, and that's not a timing that GXR can really deal with at this point just yet.
It's going to be very problematic, that's for sure. BDZ, Paulson run right past each other. Paulson trying to get aggressive. Icarus Knife out, but he's been caught. Very deep positioning there from Paulson. And I suppose on the brighter side, he does force out the Dark Ascension, but Alacrity now still fighting over these power runes. He might pay for it. He's going to try and run, but he's out of mana now. Will eventually get the second step off, but Raging is not giving up on the chase. He wants the kill. He might just be able to get up, but no, the Dissimulate is there. Jocam will ward them off as he even takes the purification away from RR. Alacrity really playing on the edge here in this Void Spirit. I suppose considering how far behind he does kind of have to do that. But boy, oh boy, he gets very close to dropping.
He is making space for his team, so while the aggression's on him, again, you're getting some space out for your Lifestealer. It's very well protected on the bot lane, especially since they've got that forward obs ward, which is why Paulson is so far out. They wanted secure vision for GXR to have some part of the map to play in. They are able to get In Your Dream up and running. He's got the armlet flying through, so the Lifestealer is a bit harder to handle, a bit harder to just simply burst down. And you're going to have to rely on some good stuns coming through from BDZ. But our Lion's also close to Blink. Our Bat Rider, Blink's already out. Lion Blink not too far off. Once you have these two Blink initiations up, that instant control advantage that Execration has compared to GXR with just Remnant and Lift, it's going to be a problem for GXR. They just don't have the kind of hold necessary to punish this.
And there's your Blink initiation. They got In Your Dream. Something you were talking about just a couple minutes ago, John. Bob with a great timing on that blink dagger, and that's one of the main issues, is you're going to be able to now catch the lifestealer. And if you've got BDZ around on the line, it's going to be a very simple kill for the side of Execration.
Yeah, it's not at the point yet where you're super tanky on lifestealer, even with the armlet, and I mean, even with the armlet, once you're hexed up, it's not going to matter. So they make good work of these item spikes on Execration side. They read GXR. I understand that GXR is likely just putting their safe lane on the bot to keep building up and trying to play catch up. The issue is Execration, they're not too far ahead. 2K is not a massive lead by any means. Certainly still within playable bounds for GXR. But they need... I don't think they need Lifestealer up and running. They need their Void Spirit to be online. Alacrity, he has the Yules, so you can at least self-set up with the Remnant out, and they will make a smoke play looking for something here.
That they do. GXR. Mid lane, it looks like that's exactly where they're going to go. Raging and Mizu kind of going at it. Raging's going to be very cautious here, though, as they are looking for the jump in with Alacrity. They are going to make it with the Eel Scepter out. The Aether Remnant is going to connect with the Egg. Immediately committed as RR. He could not get the Guardian Angel in time. Egg still going. The stun won't connect on RR, but it won't matter. They have plenty of damage out, and now even Tino's going to show up. And he has the Shadow Dance, but they might still be able to catch him if he's not too careful. Eventually, he will be forced to pop it. GXR, they can go after what they really wanted. It's going to be that mid-tier 1 tower.
A nice set of kills. They even get a big steal out. With Jokam, he takes the Guardian Angel right in the nick of time, so they can look to keep forcing a fight. They don't have the big egg drop, but with this nice protective spell on the Rubik, they can take the risk if they want to go further out. And they do manage to even up the net worth gap. It's now down to just a 1k lead for Execration, mainly riding on Bob. To be a bit cautious, although Alacrity is there. Bob keeping vision.
I'm just waiting here, Bob. Go after Polison. They won't need the lasso for this, though. They'll just need to initiate with the Hex and the stun out. That's exactly what they'll do. Not quite the big target they would have liked. I think they were kind of expecting In Your Dream to be around that area. Alacrity, though, he's a great target to go after once again if they do wish. And that Astral Step away is Bob now. Still just going to chase him down. The Arc Ascension committed. You won't have the egg to throw out this time. Not without your Phoenix, but Raging. He's going to find the target he really wants. As In Your Dream's going to move in, but Jokam has already been caught out underneath the Crippling Fear. A bigger spike out as well with the finger from BDZ. They've got the Rubik down. Raging dropping a bit low, but there's your lasso out. They've got In Your Dream, and now Tino can jump in with the pounce, but there's the Infest. Mizu, he'll be the taxi out for In Your Dream. But is it going to be enough? As Bob is still chasing him down with the Firefly. Raging's there. They don't have the Crippling Fear, though, and Mizu is still relatively healthy. They'll try to flame break him back. Tino, he's going to make the jump in on the Phoenix Egg, but now Tino is going to get jumped on by In Your Dream. In fact, they'll go after Bob instead on the Bat Rider, and they will be able to blow him up. And they find more. You've still got the Shadow Dance up on Tino, so he's still feeling very, very safe. Eventually we'll pop it, but they will be able to get Mizu onto In Your Dream now. Can they find even more? Jokam, he'll try to Crippling Fear and Hellbound. In Your Dream, he'll armor toggle the best he can, but the Hex is there. BDZ gets a nice initiation. Alacrity, though, back into the team fight, but you've got RR to heal him up, or maybe you don't, as Alacrity blows him up for Tino. He's off the mark with that pounce. So that'll be enough for both sides, but Execration, that's a 2-for-5 trade going their way. You'd have to be happy with that.
For sure, you're building up the stacks on Tino now. You're seeing how strong the Slark can be with just a couple of mid-game items. Shadow Blade plus Echo Saber can just self-sustain as long as there's no detection without having to commit his ult. And he is going for that full Silver Edge next. Build-up's not too long, going to be able to clean up that mid-tier 1, or at least force the Fortify out. So GXR get to hold on a bit longer, but the tower's low enough that they should look for the deny. 5 HP. Blackfeet, there you go. That is still a piece of control missing now on the map for GXR. Opens up the top jungle, opens up the triangle a bit for rotations.
Raging. Going for a bit of a run here. Mizu and Alacrity, they catch him out though. That's a big pickup, and then Guardian Angel, it's not going to help with all the pure damage out from Mizu, but now Tino's going to jump in. Spike is going to knock him down. Hex is out as well. They've got enough.
for forgiveness.
So both offlaners dropping here as GXR. They've got to try and back again. Bob, oh, he missed the lasso. Would have loved to catch somebody out there for a secondary kill, but they won't be able to get anyone.
Sarah has to be a bit cautious taking these fights without the egg. It is almost up. Could look to engage soon.
I mean, Tino, he's going to get used up. Hate does catch him out, but they've got the Heavenly Grace there. Bob, he's still got the lasso. In fact, he'll go right in to Paulson, but the lift is there from Jocam to try and help him out. Is it going to be enough to get the egg off? Not quite. The Infest was there to help, but it just wasn't enough HP. It's in your dream. He will at least get BDZ down, but the rage is wearing off as Tino is going to move back in now. And in your dream, I'm not sure if you can man fight this. Raging's back as well. They'll go in onto Jocam. They want that Rubik first. They've got him. In your dream, he's gone too far. He will drop for the cause. There's Alacrity. That was his last step charge, and it's just not going to be enough.
Double kill!
Execration are just on fire today as they will clean up another team fight. 4K net worth advantage.
Dyer's
GXR yet to find their footing.
That is for certain.
And such clean execution from Execration. They know how to dip in just far enough to get the damage they need every single time to get the control out. They're going to find this mid-tier 2 at the 20-minute mark, so now they can take complete control of the top jungle if they want. They can invade the triangle. They've built up 7 permanent agi stacks on Tino. Considering that slower lane he had against the Timbersaw, that's big. And he even finds a Brigand's Blade, so you know, you're getting everything you want here on your course. You're getting all the farm. They scout out the stacks in the jungle on Execration's side. And GXR just needs more farm. We talked about timings here. The Ags on Alacrity has to come out soon. And they need more to run on In Your Dream. They need a Scotty. No more slows to chase, more stats for him to play with. Even then, I don't think the Scotty's going to be enough yet, but will help. GXR, they've still got Egg, so they're going to go for a smoke play.
That they are. Oh, neutral item. Left behind. Tino doesn't want to pick up the Philosopher's Stone. Raging will take it. He is full inventory. Usually I like to make fun of these carries not picking up the items, but he wants full inventory. I can't blame him. Mid lane, GXR, they're going to try and make the jump onto Raging again. He does have the Dark Ascension, but not if they can blow him up in time. It looks like they can as the lasso. It was there by Bob onto Jocam. They'll get rid of that support, but the egg is still going to be able to pop as Paulson is back out now. But Bob, he just keeps going onto the Alacrity Void Spirit. He'll try to step his way out. So far, it's a 1-for-1 favoring the side of GXR, but a great pounce in. Tino connects on Paulson. They'll go for a bit more now. He still has so much time on that double damage, and with the Shadow Blade and the Silver Edge, it's not going to be too much work to take down Mizu. Now the Guardian Angel's there, but they won't have the damage. He's going to be alright. Alacrity, he's the one to drop it In Your Dream. He is forced to Rage TP out. A great start to the fight for GXR, but it continues to just going back the way of Execration. They just can't lose a team fight.
They just managed to always make it work. You have to commit so much from GXR to just catch one big hero. They had to commit Egg to kill off Raging Potato. They ran out of teamfight spells. The Silver Edge is up and running on Tino, so they can just break the Timbersaw, make it a lot quicker to kill off their big front line. And without these item timings coming out yet on GXR, they just don't have the control necessary. Like, they need the silence on the AoE ASAP under Void Spirit. But the Ags is still a ways off, basically 2 parts away with the farm he has on hand. And as long as that item keeps getting stalled out, Execration can still just keep jumping in. It's just that big issue of control. Like, with a Phoenix and Rubik support duo, just don't have enough to lock these guys down.
They've got Mizu now. Jocam, he gets out, but you're going to lose your Timber instead, as Alacrity is trying to get some form of a trade and does get BDZ, but now Paulson, he's been jumped on by Bob. There's no lasso up, but he doesn't need it. He will just chase him down. Jocam tries to help, but the BKB's there. He does still sticky napalm, but Bob's got the lasso back up now, and he'll go right back in after that Rubik. In Your Dream's going to try and help by killing off Bob on the Batrider. Maybe he can do so, but RR is there with the Degen or a level 3 just slowing down In Your Dream. Finally, this ability has some use against the Lifestealer. And they're eventually going to get him out of that infest. He'll try for the TP, but there's just too much damage. Tino has 14 permanent agi stolen.
Yep, he's been on point ever since he got the Echo Saber Shadow Blade. He's been very active on the map, joining in for these fights. Just such an early timing on the Slark. They're gonna make their way onto the Roshan. Not gonna take too long to clean this up with all the damage on hand. GXR, they've got Egg, but they're not in position to force that fight. No outpost access, no tier 2. So the Roshan does fall. Tino's got the second life. And that should open up more fight opportunities. They don't have the longest cooldowns to wait for. Finger's almost back up. Lasso in about 20 seconds. Dark Ascension's the longest one, but might not even be necessary.
Oh, pounce out again. Paulson, he's going to be able to just... Oh, no, he didn't.
God.
Oh, he went for the TP, and I can appreciate the TP, but no, it's just not enough time. Nowhere near enough time.
Oh, that was like a horror story. You know, your TP, you swing back, suddenly a lion's there with Finger, and you're gone. You know, it's just like out of nowhere. They had no vision. He couldn't tell that BDZ would just roll up there, but he did. And you're dead. Just 5 stacks up and BDZ on point with that Finger this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Keep going. When you've got this much of an advantage for Execration, there's just no reason to stop. Alacrity trying his best to finish off this Aghanim Scepter. Won't bother trying to make the dive even on Tino's. He's seen this story before. It just hasn't worked out no matter what they're trying to do. There's going to be a little bit more patient and just try to secure some more farm up on your cores before you go any further. Everything just going swimmingly right now for Execration. And if you're the Radiant side, your literal ambition in this game is to not throw it away against GXR. So right now, it just feels like you can't really lose, quite frankly.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Just don't give openings to GXR. They're the ones with a massive advantage. There's not enough control in GXR to really punish them. They do go for a smoke play along with a Silver Edge on Tino, so just on the hunt. But GXR is playing really safe. They're just standing on the high ground. They know. They can't really afford to step out at this point.
That they can't. Oh, Paulson. They love getting this Phoenix first, but can they take him down in time? Not quite. He's going to be okay. It's Tino. He'll keep trying to chase, but won't have enough. Meanwhile, Raging on the sidelines, trying to find a way in. Does want to go after Joe Cam, but he does make a nice quick blink out. He was underneath the sentry ward anyway. It's like that, oh, that's unfortunate. Look at that sentry. Raging Potato places the sentry there, and it's right out of the area.
Is under attack.
Yeah, right out of the area of 2 wards, 2 sentry wards. So you don't find it. Technically 3 if you want to count the one up there as well, up top. So just in the perfect point to not get spotted out. Although,
oh, nice step out from Alacrity. Crippling Fear, I mean, it was like 0.1 of a second away from connecting, as now they're going to make the jump in. Raging is going to be completely surrounded, but he has the BKB up, pops the Dark Ascension. It's still daytime thanks to that egg, but it won't matter. He was still walking on air. I don't understand this kind of correlation between the two of Paulson. He's in trouble, but a nice lasso out. Joe Cam turns it right back around the bat right up, but a great crippling fear onto Paulson and Joe Cam. Can they capitalize? It looks like they definitely can. Execration there going deep onto In Your Dream. He's already so darn low. He will infest into Alacrity, but there's your pounce out. There's your Earth Spike. They've got the Void Spirit, and now they've got the Life Stealer. In Your Dream to drop. They will just turn right in onto Mizu. This is getting very close to GG territory. And Tino's standing in front of the fountain. He's got nothing to be afraid about. Look at the damage output. He's got 400 damage right now. He's got 300 agi. They call it. They've had enough.
Ultra kill.
He's just farming.
he's good for more. Slash the Aegis could have went for more. Really great set of games coming out from Execration. 4-0 today, 2-0 in this series. Not defeated at all, on a hot run with a sub. Like, they're playing with Tino instead of Paulus, and suddenly they're on fire. Excellent performance. GXR, this game specifically, you know, they went with
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag. Tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Flashmate! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree. Die. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gago!
Your structures are... The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree. Axes, please. Killing spree. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Master
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axes, mega kill! I just
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire's courier shall carry no more. Coming for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Is pleased.
The worst is still to come.
Sick.
Open to your bleed.
That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axes, please! Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axes, please!
Stuff out your sanity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. 5 seconds remaining.
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
10 seconds remaining. Dire's bottom tower is taking many seconds remaining. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower. It turns out Dire's middle tower was worth a damn. It would Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Monster kill! Like many a barrack radiant team, Dire's bottom barracks are under
Big
attack.
takes as well. Heard from Arthur. They love stuff like the Timbersaw.
Dire's middle tower
so we'll see
is
if
not
they do
what
get
it
some of those
used to
comfort
be.
picks out
That is for
and start to play to
certain.
their style and bring it to GXR.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Double kill! Dire's ancient is under attack. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
What's the way?
Yeah, just a really great support or flex pick to start off with. Shield Crash is just obnoxious to play against. Royale 5 does counteract it. Bloodseeker with Rupture is one way to hold it down. And they get their own cheesy pick. Mr. Bones himself, Clinks, does come out. Our dancing skeleton is here. So they've got pretty early timings to play with. They can play really aggressive with Clinks on hand. We have seen this hero only really needs Maelstrom, and then it's up and running to play that aggressive front line if you want. It also sort of preempts at least the Dominator. You can eat the dominated creep if it does come out from GXR. So it's kind of like a contingency there for the Clinks as well. GXR, though, they go into the Batrider now themselves after having to deal with it in the last game. Alacrity likely eyeing that for his mid. Won't see as they can still flex that for Mizu, but we haven't seen too much off-lane Batrider. So a lot of back and forth here. pretty early timings on both sides.
10
I'd
seconds
say
remaining.
just with a Batrider on hand, Galaxy Racer should have at least one source of very
5
good control.
seconds remaining.
Royale 5, and you've got Bloodright and Rupture, and that will handle the Pangolier. But I feel like you need to build up more in that. Maybe some more AoE control. We tend to see like Bloodseeker Phoenix is a
Dire
combination
team
we've seen teams draft. Bloodright and Egg to kind of try to force people to make a choice. That could be one way. They don't have option for Venge. So they don't have the swap
Radiant
plays to
team
play with
ban.
Rupture, which does limit their options a bit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just he wants to be the one bullying this time. We'll see what kind of matchup Royale 5 will set up for the mid. Having to deal with a Batrider. GXR, they did ban out the PL, so it's understanding that illusion spam might not be something the Batrider in particular can really handle. And your options, you don't really want to have to go for some of the figures that do deal with the illusion spam. Like, I guess Gyro and Medusa to a certain extent can handle a PL. At the same time, they don't
Radiant
really.
team pick.
And because you have Batrider, you can't really fit in the Ember. So we'll have to see what Galaxy Racer wants to build up on their draft. They still have room for a support on hand. They could still flex a Pango for Mizu instead, but again, not very likely as we
Dire
have seen
team
it
pick.
emphasized on support.
Silencer.
Shield Crash. Royale 5 do go with a Silencer. So this is a hero that you love to talk about. It does give you a lot of burst potential, especially if you go for the QE build, ignoring the glaives. We haven't seen that too much. I think we've seen... All right, I'm trying to recall the early laning silencers we've seen. We've seen an emphasis on
10
QW,
seconds
actually. We've seen a lot of people go for the glaives and leveling up for the
5 seconds
harassment. So we'll see if we
remaining.
do see that shift on Royale 5. I don't think it's going to be a core silencer to disappoint you here, Mike, because you've got Clinks and Bloodseeker, so you can't really fit that in. Now, as a support, we have seen silencers go back and forth, right? Like early on, it doesn't feel amazing, maybe, especially once BKBs are up. But if you can ride out and get a refresh, that's when silencer really gets scary, because you can't, have back-to-back BKBs. So the silencer will always have impact down the line if you can farm. Issue with a silencer pick in this case is that it's not the best lockdown. It doesn't really tie in with
Dire team
Bloodseeker to
pick.
keep people in the Bloodright. It doesn't really stop anything from Galaxy Racer from coming out outside of just getting the silence off. So I'm not sure if they're going to get full value on the silencer here. And GXR is just building off there. Spirit Breaker comes out. Silencer can't stop that. Bloodseeker Rupture can, but
10
now you'd have to make that choice. Do you
remaining.
want to Rupture Spirit Breaker, or do you want to Rupture a Pango? Silencer's not going to stop either one of them.
remaining. Radiant team pick. Gyro
Ooh.
contra. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hmm.
Dire team bad.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the synergy I'm seeing is Bloodright and Gale Force.
10
That's it.
seconds
Like the
remaining.
Wind Gale into Bloodright, so that's your control.
Radiant team
Shackles is there if you
banned.
can land it on two.
Dire team bad.
I guess this does force maybe one of the heroes to go for MKB. Maybe the Gyrocopter will have to do that to deal with Wind
Radiant
Ranger.
team banned.
No, I'm not sure if that's really going to be a concern for In Your Dream anyway, but it could happen, so that might be a diversion he has to go for. It does give Royale 5 a slightly quicker pace. I'm keen to see where they lane the Wind Ranger. It feels like it should be the support duo of Silencer
10
Wind Ranger, but
seconds remaining.
you could run it core and kind of play fast.
5
That could be one way to get that
seconds
done. Of course, Wind Ranger against Batrider, you can at least pop Wind Run. You should still not attempt a turn, but you will be able to at least run in the straight line very fast and avoid the what do you call it now? My God, I just had a brain fart right there. Firefly, right? The Firefly. So you can avoid the Firefly. I don't know why that spaced out on me, and just kind of handle that on the mid. So it could be a mid Wind Ranger in that sense to handle Batrider, but I don't know if that's really a good spot. Like we only really see what Yopaj play it for the most part. Maybe, yeah, mainly Yopaj is the only one. So I'm keen to see if Royale 5 will go that route. Again, looking at Royale 5's draft, it's very different from what we tend to see. It's just feels like new ideas kind of merging in. Bloodseeker Clink, Silencer's got that potency. Whereas for GXR, it's more
Dire
standard.
team
Maybe the
pick.
Spirit Breaker core is a bit, off the shelf, but it is rising up in the meta. Keen to see how GXR closes out. They could still flex it, right? They could still just close out with Pango Spirit Breaker supports. Something else for Mizu offlane. So we'll see if they do decide to shift things around because of the Wind Ranger pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Queen of Pain.
Hmm.
Ten seconds remaining.
Void.
Choose your hero.
It is. Like, they're locked down for something like the Quap on Alacrity. It's very slippery. Like, you have to maybe get the guaranteed silence on the Queen of Pain, maybe commit the Rupture, kind of have to pop those chain stunts on that one hero. And it feels like sort of the same issue GXR ran into in their first series, where they didn't have the best single target control. They have to choose so many heroes that are way too slippery to handle and kind of try to pin them down. You could argue the same for GXR. Void Spirit can dip in and out here. Your guaranteed stun is what? Homing Missile and the Charge, both spells that Void Spirit can avoid. So, there might be something there for GXR to worry about. I just feel like it's a bigger concern for Royale 5. Initially, the Global Silence will be impactful. That big spike around Silencer 6 is what they have to play around. At that point, your Clink should have some decent farm. Maybe the Maelstrom's up. You have to force fights then before the BKBs come out. Because once a couple of those BKBs are out for Galaxy Racer, the Silencer has to then start to gun for a refresh. And it's a very slow process for a hard 5 Silencer to work around. And that's something GXR can abuse once they have some spell immunity on hand.
as well, John. You're probably kind of leaning towards GXR here in terms of drafts.
Yeah, I think they've got, even though they also kind of lack reliable stuns, they do have overall more stuns to play with. They don't have to connect all their spells perfectly. Like, it doesn't rely on, say, compared to Royale 5, where Bloodright has to come through, silences have to land on the right target, and you have to get the shackle up, you have to decide who you're going to rupture, you have to decide who you're going to pin down with your Aether Remnant. It's a lot easier for GXR. It's not much of a headache. They've got this lasso that will always be relevant as long as you're not caught out by global silence for Mizu. You've got a very slippery Quap, a very slippery pause 5 in that Pangolier. Even the Spirit Breaker is going to be hard to lock in on Jokam. So there's much more decisions Royale 5 is going to have to hammer in, whereas GXR, they can kind of just run down, grab whoever, and not worry as much in the end. Maybe just save Lasso for likely the Void Spirit. That's the only real spell I see them always committing on one hero, but early on, you might not even care. You're just going to run and get kills anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Very forward to seeing again. I'm very curious with Royale 5. I mean, this is definitely a team to watch out for, and I'm always happy to see young blood coming into the game, especially from the SEA region. See what they can get done here. See what they've got up their sleeves. I think the big positive as well with the younger players just coming into the pro scene is they've always got these new ideas. And it's always a pretty big strength to have, is these ideas that nobody's really thought about yet. Like, they aren't tainted by the older ideas, and I think tainted is the wrong word, but you kind of catch my drift. Like, they're not stuck in a single way of thinking.
Oh yeah, like we kind of talk about that a lot when a fresh patch hits, right? Like, sometimes some teams just go back to the same old, and you know, when a new patch rolls, you have to find what's new and what's broken, what's been rebalanced to really break the game. And in a way, you know, Royale 5's playing to that strength. Not just because these heroes are weird, but, you know, Clinks has been popular. The Silencers had that potential that you love to talk about with Last Word and Arcane Curse. The matchup against Batrider on paper is very annoying for the Batrider, especially early on without the BKB. So Mizu might have to actually rush a BKB this game just to not be completely worn out, and that's not something Batrider tends to enjoy. Like, Travel's BKB, not something you see all too often. So this could force Galaxy Racer to make some less than ideal item choices, and that's something Royale 5 can definitely abuse on their end.
Oh, absolutely. Royale 5, they're going to try and secure the bounty rune down at the bot spot. GXR doing the same at the top. Jokam, he thought about intercepting, but doesn't really bother. And I don't know if we really confirmed this, but Mizu is on that off-lane Batrider, so they are going to throw Alacrity on the Quap. Unfortunately, Jokam is going to be in the support Spirit Breaker, so all the things I said about core Spirit Breaker earlier, John, completely out the window. I suppose, if anything, Pos 4 Spirit Breaker is much more standard, but I've been enjoying the position 3. I think it's very fun to watch.
Definitely is fun to watch. Always great to see something that just constantly runs in, gets control, and just takes the front line for the team. This dual lane from Mizu and Jokam with that duo is not going to have a great time here. Mangaro's on the Clinks, has really good range to just spam out his damage with the Searing Arrows. Aegon can just sit back, Arcane Curse, and make it awkward for Mizu to have to look for those sticky napalm opportunities. And this is the issue with Spirit Breaker early levels. You can't do much. Jokam went for a level 1 charge as well, so you can't even just stand there, try to trade right clicks, hope for a bash. Just gonna go for the pull and try to get some EXP first. That does leave Mizu really vulnerable by himself.
Oh, it definitely does. Aegon, he's going to keep the chase up. Curse was already committed, so Mizu, he should be able to survive, but the amount of damage he's taking... And this is kind of what I mentioned in the draft, John, that Arcane Curse is going to be very annoying for the Batrider, because you can't really abuse the sticky napalm as much as you would want to actually secure CS or hit your heroes. Jokam's going to have his hands full just trying to keep Aegon away from the Batrider. And naturally, this is going to buy a lot of time for Mango Rose and the Clinks to be able to secure that initial CS and get that Maelstrom up as soon as humanly possible. Of course, in the other lanes, mid lane, you've got Alacrity there on the Queen of Pain against Wonderboy. For now, Wonderboy's having a great old time. 10-1 in terms of CS. The Queen of Pain, well, Alacrity, he hasn't even bothered leveling up the Shadow Strike yet. So he is going to hold on to that extra kind of skill point and trying to figure out what he does want to go down. for now, he's just going to hold out and see if he needs the blink or if he can actually abuse the Shadow Strike later on.
Yeah, this matchup is fairly even for the most part. We've got great wave clear on both sides, great threatening potential as well, and both of you kind of have a way of dodging with the blink and the dissimulate. So, going to be rather even. We'll have to see if Alacrity does opt for the Shadow Strike. He does opt for the blink instead. He wants to play it safe, secure runes, and really just a way to keep the farm up. Level 6 spike is where it gets exciting. Maybe by level 5 you can use the pop a little bit more as well with her damage output compared to the Void Spirit, as he can't block off the magic damage. But so far, even farm, and I think that's a good state to be in for Alacrity, especially compared to that last game. We'll see if Wonder Boy can hold off and start to slowly build back up. That does give us a chance to look up top. In Your Dreams up there on the Gyro does get shackled up though.
Well, that he does, but it's not going to last long enough. The shackle lands, Bloodright not really popping off onto In Your Dream anyway. They are certainly trying to apply the pressure here onto this Gyro, but Your Dream, he's farming okay. I mean, it's not amazing, but at the same time, it's not bad. It's kind of your average farm for a Gyrocopter. I suppose it can be a relatively aggressive lane if you aren't too careful as this Gyro, so just being able to secure that kind of farm is definitely going to be quite a big positive. It's Paulson now.
Not going anywhere.
Maybe caught him. That's a nice shackle out from Wayne. He's going to swashbuckle out. Shen, he's got that bonus movement speed now. Next to that low HP Pango, but he's going to be able to salve himself up. And Shen, he's not going to be forced out of the lane whatsoever. In fact, he'll get some harassment out onto In Your Dream, but they will not be able to secure the kill onto this Pangolier. Bottom, however. Yeah, they got Jokam. Jokam getting caught out. Aegon again with Mangaroos being very annoying, and this is just such a difficult lane to go against. You see Mizu, he's just left the lane. He's had enough. In fact, In Your Dream. Stick charges up. Shen, he's going for a big dive in. Rocket Flare is there. He might be able to turn it, Shen. He does end up going too far. That's where that experience kind of plays a part, as Wayne is going to have to try and windrun his way out. In Your Dream. Cool, calm, and collected. Always had the wand charges. Didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, nice punishment coming out from In Your Dream. Getting that gold built up on the Gyro. He does go for a more aggressive skill build as well in the Gyrocopter, going for 2 points in the Rocket Barrage, leaving Flak at 1, because he is against a melee matchup, so he doesn't have to worry about coming in to be harassed out by anything. It's not like you have to worry about Caustic Finale here, like in Sand King matchup, so the Gyro can take a more aggressive stance, especially with a pause 5 Pango. They are getting the lane control back with a nice pull onto the large camp, although...
Yeah, Mizu. She ends up getting Aegon there on the silencer, and you are at the stage now, that level 5 mark for the Batrider, where you can start diving this pos 5 silencer and punishing him. Mizu has done a great job. I mean, considering how bad the lane was supposed to be, the fact that he's actually out leveling the Clinks now, it's quite impressive. He's going to try and TP out, and Aegon, he gets to the outpost. He does deny the pull away. In the end, though, Mizu just going to TP back to the felt and get a nice reset for himself.
Yep, and that does give a little bit of space out to Mangaroos, though. He is still steadily farming up in this lane. Not amazing farm, and I think this is where the difference between a Gyrocopter and the Clinks can start to show up. Clinks can clear out waves quite fast with the Burning Barrage, but you do need some items up. Whereas a Gyrocopter and Flak can always do the job without too much. Even just a couple of stat items will get it done. So until level 6 is up for Mangaroos, farming pace is a bit slower. He does have to watch that and just build up as much as possible here.
Bounty.
Bottom lane, Mangaroos, looks like he's been caught. He's about to drop. Mizu, able to get the final ticket damage. It's going to cost his own life in the Batrider, but killing the Clinks off like that, definitely going to be worth his time, as Jokam now going to be slowed up by the Arcane Curse, but in the end is going to be able to back off just fine. Again, I think as Mizu, you are still very satisfied if you can kill off the Clinks like that, even if it does cost you your own life. So Ackley now, top lane. Fall down is there. They'd love a mid-range kill. It looks like they're going to get it. Wayne, very far out, but In Your Dream gets the call down going, and that's going to be more than enough.
Yeah, you just have to really watch yourself when you're playing against a Gyro with this build. The damage output is insane. And Shen He's lagging a bit behind the level, so he can't really threaten with too much counterplay, no rupture to hold back the chase. And that just allows GXR to get even more in this early start. They have built out massive stacks in the jungle as well, and have protected it with a nice obs ward. So once In Your Dream's feeling tired of the lane, he's just going to dip in there. With Flaka 2, that should be enough to clear out the camps. And I don't know, it's like you are landing these shackles with Wayne, but the follow-up is just not amazing. Alright, Blood Right lands, what do you do next?
Not much. Not until that ruptures up, I think, and that's about the point where In Your Dream will just leave the lane anyway. He's already level 7 on this gyro. Things are coming out, and rotation is here from their Void Spirit as Wonderboy is making his way in. Bloodright is going to connect Wonderboy. He's trying to break the gap and does get a nice astral step in, but In Your Dream does juke out the 8th Remnant, but still ends up dropping. They should be able to at least get Wayne down, but the fight continues as Shen and Wonderboy will go after Joe Cam and Polison. They need more help to come in, and it is coming. Alacrity. In fact, no, it's Aegon. Aegon's here on the silencer. Joe Cam, he's trapped between the tree line. That'll be a secondary kill going the way of Wonderboy. The GXR, they will lose 2 pretty nice targets there. And Royale 5, they do make the rotation work out.
Yeah, it's a big rotation coming in. Great movement out from Wonderboy to secure the kills they need. And that should give them some room to shove in that top tier 1. Bot tier 1 is being shoved in by GXR as well, and your Dream works its way up there. I think what they need to do next is start clearing out these stacks in the Dire jungle. Your Dream needs to get up there before the invasion begins on Royale 5 after he clears this bot tier 1. So it's a lot of stacks you don't want to give away. So far though, the push from Royale 5 is fairly slow. Can't commit, and Alacrity does TP in. He does have the Sonic Wave ready if he wants to look for a turn opportunity.
Charge, Shen gets caught by the charges. They were going on Wonderboy. Is it going to amount to a kill though? Shen, he gets bashed. Sonic Wave's there. Rupture is out. Alacrity, he may have gone too far and does. Just the hesitation does cost him his own life, as now Joe Cam is also going to get caught. He'll try to buy himself some time to get the charge off, but he's not going to be able to get it.
You're new to it.
You saw them hesitate a little bit to go for that Sonic Wave out, and that bought enough time for the rupture. However, in the meantime, Mizu being a little bit cheeky here with the Firefly, but the shackles Wayne. He finds the angle, he finds the vision, they get the kill, and now they'll get a nice easy ancient stack for themselves.
Yeah, just trying to work the map as best as they can on GXR, but the punishment is flying in from Royale 5. They're grouping up as 5 a lot earlier, they're jumping again up top.
Really? Well, that they are. Polison, he's going to try and salve up. Wonderboy, he's going to step up in 3. Oh, he's actually not going to go any further, though. Charge is there on Aegon. Joe Cam, not level 6 yet, so he's kind of struggling to hold down the silencer. The end, he does save Polison, I suppose, so you've got that going for you, but that's about all he got.
The key thing that GXR is doing with that movement up top is it's a ton of free space for In Your Dream. He just takes down that bot tier 1 by himself. He's top of the net board right now. They haven't been able to scout out these stacks still on the Dire jungle from Royale 5's end.
Oh, that's a nice shackle. Alacrity, he just got nailed with the shackle onto the siege creep. But he does get out. I mean, the shackle duration still quite low at level 1. Wonderboy had no real way of locking down the Queen of Pain. So all in all, John, I mean, 10.5 minutes in,
Dire's middle tower
a Royale 5 doing enough to make this kind of draft work?
I don't think so. Like, look at the stacks. Mizu's clearing out now up top. Lots of farm going out for our Bat Rider. That's going to allow him to hit some nice spikes. In Your Dream had the bot lane and bot jungle freed up for himself because of all the movement up top. So even if they lose a couple of heroes, even if they're sacrificing Alacrity in some of these engagements, your bigger cores are getting farm. And that's all you really want, especially in the gyro. He's still number 1. You're not hitting these big spikes yet on Royale 5, and GXR, they understand that. They're just going to try to make more space. They're smoked up.
Shen, big trouble here down at the bot lane. He's going to try and back off in time, but Joe Cam's going to be there with the charge out, and that should be a nice easy Bloodseeker kill. Try and buy himself some time, but Paulson lands the shield crash within the Rolling Thunder. However, counter smoke out from Royale 5, and they're moving into In Your Dream. A much bigger target. Wonder Boy, 8th the Remnant. It does connect. Wayne Shackles is also going to be there, but do they have enough damage? In Your Dream, he's going to turn around now with the call down. Sonic Wave out as well. They might have enough with the curse, but no. Oh yeah, they've got enough. No, the bottle. Alacrity, he was trying. Still, they do end up getting Aegon. They got the Wind Ranger. But you're lost In Your Dream. It's a pretty big target to pick off here for Royale 5. Only issue is, across the map, it does cost them 3 heroes.
Yeah, in the end, despite losing the gyro, GXR still gets a little bit more. Now, it's an important kill for Royale 5 to find. We were talking about how much space In Your Dream had. That does give Mangaros a slight farm lead now. He does have his Maelstrom up, so this is when you want to see this Clinks really crank it up in aggression, just start looking for kills.
Joe Cam be able to avoid the shackles there from Wayne. Trying to defend this tier 1 top tower, and well, he won't be able to get the deny off. Luckily for him, Wayne, again with that level 1 shackle, going to have a pretty high cooldown, and like you said, Mango Rose now with the Maelstrom up, going to be feeling a lot more confident to start really escalating in farm. He has done a really fantastic job thus far, though. Still top of the net worth board. And that's not something you necessarily see that often. Usually, it'd be up to the Maelstrom. You'd be kind of suffering, and then once you have the Maelstrom up, is when you start to overtake the net worth on the map. But Mango, he's been on top of the net worth for quite a while now. So he's really had a great game. Now keeping it up. And right now, he's just casually watching Mizu. He's going to go on to Wayne, but the Shackles is there, and now the Burning Branch flies out. Mizu, he'll still go after the Shackles. Rather lasso out on Wayne, and might actually get away with this. And he does. They thought they had enough damage to deal with him, but it turns out they did not. Mango always within a sentry ward now. Policy, he saw him for a second. Jocam gets the Nether Strike back into the sentry. Mango, though, with the Global Silence, is going to be able to back off, as now Alacrity has actually been caught by the Queen of, or rather Wonder Boy and the Void Spirit. Now In Your Dream, they're going to move in. They'll try to get Wonder Boy back, but he's going to be able to dissimulate and find a way out, as now they might be able to turn back around. But Aegon, he's been caught, and now Mango may have overstayed his welcome. He will try to back. Jocam hoping for a bash, does finally get one. Is it going to be enough? It will be. Mizu with the flame break does get the kill, but now Shen moving in on Policy, but Jocam, he's going to move back in onto Shen. However, Shen, he's a bit of a race car right now. Ooh. They won't want to deal with him. And In Your Dream, I believe he got hit by the power shot, but doesn't end up going down.
Okay. That was on edge.
He's still trying.
Wayne. Yeah, it was on edge now, Wayne. Too far.
Yeah, he's probably going to go down here. We don't need to kind of lie about this one. He's got no chance out, but I suppose it's worth the try. You know, if he did land it, it would have been a pretty sick play.
I think he did get the hit. It was just like no channel power shot kind of thing, so no real damage up there. And the tip came out from In Your Dream because it was on point. So they are finding some angles here in Royale 5, but not really cleaning up in the way they'd want to. You're still getting more on GXR, although Jocam.
Yeah, he's been caught out, but he has the bulldoze, and that's going to mean so much status resist. Now they're going to just charge right in onto Wonder Boy, but the curse is still going on, and Jocam needs to TP back to the base immediately. Meanwhile, Paulison, it was a nice rolling thunder, but the backup just wasn't there for him. So they won't be able to capitalize. However, bottom lane, they can capitalize off In Your Dream. He's going to try for the TP, but the damage is there. Nice setup from the side of Royale 5. They find the gyro once again. Mango Rose is the one to take the kill on the Clinks.
Yeah, that's a big kill. Again, they're punishing this gyro for being very aggressive farming spots. The charge is coming in, though.
Well, that it is. They're going around with their Clinks, but they might have to settle for Shen. Global Silence, though, is out, and they might be able to counter-initiate as they do go for the Astral Step forward. Wonder Boy, he's got the 8th Remnant out, and they should have Jocam.
Middle tower is under attack.
They do. Again, Royale 5, they are very good at fighting. And that's one thing you could guaranteed say is they are very, very good at initiating and counter-initiating at the right times. They're keeping this net worth lead quite low for GXR. It's only 1k the way of the Dire, so really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, they are getting that push in on the mid-tier 1 now as well. There's a fourth fight to stall out. They don't think GXR is going to look to really fully commit, although In Your Dream's in the area. He could try.
Certainly are. Wonder Boy. Getting hit by the stun. They got the Orchid off Alacrity. Great timing, but the Yules is there. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Podlison perfectly times the Rolling Thunder to connect after the Yule Scepter. That's a very impactful kill there for GXR now as they start to move into that tier 1 mid tower. But it's still going to be a relatively hard push. And it just became even harder because you've got the Gleipnir up on Mango Rose. And this is when the Clink starts to feel very, very imbalanced. Because now in your dream... In your dream... No sentries to scout this out. Bloodride is there. Lock him down. Shackle's out as well. They will get the gyro once again. Another great pickup from Royale 5.
Yeah, they're just punishing this lack of vision from GXR. They don't really have wards up right now. They don't have enough sentries to watch. Paulson?
There it is again. He tries to get out, but I tell you, John, this Gleipnir, such a great item on Clinks right now. And Mango Rose, I appreciate how aggressive he's getting. Like, he's still finding the farm he needs just with the kills alone. But being able to just slow down everyone else on GXR just feels that much better. There's Jocam. No, don't go for that charge, sir. It is not safe. In fact, he's been spotted. Mango Rose, he sees him. Bye-bye, Jocam. Or maybe not. No, he gets the bulldoze and the charge off. He's going to charge right into Aegon. Shen, oh, he couldn't get the rupture off. He lost vision.
Oh, man. And that would have been pretty nice use of rupture. Just killing off Jocam for free. They have no sentry still.
Olsen, he's going to try and swashbuckle out. Shen, no playing around, right into the rupture. Just wants the kill and does get it. Very nice. Mango, he's not
lack of vision. There's no wards. He just roams around everywhere. They don't know on GXR's end where this Clinks is.
Oh no. Another position here without a sentry. In your dream, you know something's wrong. It might be too late though. The arrow barrage is there. Still Jocam going to move in with the Nether Strike, and maybe they can try to turn this. Wayne's having a look around for a nice shackle, but Lasso is there. They've got the Clinks, but is it enough? Not quite. Mizu, he does go down, and GXR, they are going to have to run again as Royale 5. You know, I said this draft was meant to be hard to execute, John. They're making it look quite easy right now.
Yeah, they're just abusing the side of GXR, constantly playing aggressive, and look at Mango Rose. Every single time he's in the right spot.
This time though, Alacrity with the Orchid is going to be able to protect himself. GXR, I mean, they're not at the stage where they want to play as 5. They want to leave In Your Dream alone to farm right now. He's just not ready to fight, but Royale 5, they aren't giving them the opportunity. They're going to try and find Shen here. Rolling Thunder, connect a couple times, but knocks him onto the high ground. As now the Yule Scepter going to purge off the Gleipnir. However, the burning barrage still going, but a massive sonic wave is there. Isn't enough though. Wonder Boy still moving in. He kills off Polison, but it costs him his own life. At least they killed Jocam to boot. Not sure if that's really worth your Void Spirit's life. Wonder Boy, he's been a bit of a maniac this game. And it seems like it's all about giving kills back the way of Mango Rose's Aegon. And cancels his own TP off. Pings are coming out. They want to try and secure this hard to kill. They might be able to get him, but Rupture's there from Shen. He's around to try and help out on Alacrity now. He's kind of giving his... Oh, that's a nice blink. I love that blink, John. That's the half-step blink to avoid the Rupture damage. That's a Dota 1 trick. Old school players know about that one. He does blink without the Rupture doing any damage, but of course you are still Ruptured, so you are probably still going to die.
Yeah, it's a good attempt. But Royale 5 just kicking off with this aggression off the backbone for a very long time now. There are a couple more sentries coming through from GXR. It just doesn't feel like enough. Look at how much more vision Royale 5 has. Look at how many more wards they've got, how many more sentries they have to ensure these rotations keep happening. And as long as the GXR keep lacking space to get In Your Dream up and running, as long as this BKB is stalled out, they don't have much counterplay. They desperately need some spell immunity here.
Jocam pops the bulldoze, should be okay to back off as Wonder Boy wants to keep moving in, but now he's overextended, and well, this is where you've got to start being very careful now. As GXR, they've kind of learned how to deal with the side of Royale 5. They go in for more. They down Aegon. That'll be another kill going to the way of GXR.
The red mist
And again, this is that
spreads
point where
Radiant's
you're
middle
going to start
tower.
throwing kills back the way of in your dream. And eventually, he might be able to just start outscaling this Clinks.
Yeah, he's not too far behind in terms of farm. It's about a 600, 700 gold lead there for Mangaros on goal.
Yeah, lasso out. They've got the Wind Ranger and the charges in from Jokam. However, Wayne is still alive, but not for long. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Polison's going to die. So a support for a support trade. On the other side of the map, Alacrity, where he wanted the regen, but Mango Rose will steal it.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. It's all about fighting over map control right now. You can notice all the spots are fighting are near entrances, near areas where you want to get your cores built up, because they know that Royale 5 is trying to be aggressive. So GXR has to throw their bodies out to get some room for In Your Dream to breed and hope that the Gyrocopter gets enough farm to build up. It's still a really close game, 20-18, 22.5 minutes in, as there's a slight lead on GXR's end, mainly down to the fact that outside of Mango Rose, no one else has really managed to escalate too much on the side of Royale 5, although all the cores outside of the Clinks are fairly wrapped up anyway, within 1,000, 1,500 each. So there's a lot of room here for both sides to grow. The issue is towards late game. I think the fact that Royale 5 has not been able to transition from these pickoffs into a tier 2 might be a cause for concern as time goes on. They do have the Ags up on Shen, so 2 charges of Rupture does simplify the process on focusing multiple heroes, as you can just Rupture most of them and keep them still. And with that power spike, they're going to smoke up here.
Bit of a double smoke situation here for Royale 5, but it won't matter too much as they are very close to In Your Dream, but instead going to find a less favorable target. Jokam, he's going to charge right in. Shackles, oh, they got him. In Your Dream. It's going to force the buyback up from Polison and make sure that Gyro stays safe. And now they're going to try and reinitiate Wonderboy. He'll be targeted by Jokam. Polison is going to move in, but the Rupture is immediate. On the Pango, and Mizu ends up dying to Wonderboy. It's now Shen. He's going to move back into Jokam. They had the double Rupture out, and now the Shackle's there. Alacrity, he's going to be able to blink, but Shen, he's not finished yet. He'll go back in on Alacrity, and now they've got the 8th Remnant to lock him down.
Axes, please!
And this Axe on the Bloodseeker, it's going to start causing a lot of problems now, because you can lock both supports down, and both of them rely on being able to be mobile.
Yeah, this is where the Bloodseeker really has that massive impact, and it just allows Royale 5 to really take these fights. GXR, they still need so much more to come in. We were talking about timings, we were talking about the back and forth, we talked about fast BKBs. It's not up. No one has any of those BKBs, so the silence is always good, the shackles is always great, the follow-up, the control is still working completely fine on the side of Royale 5. GXR, they need to find that space on the map to build up. They need to get a grip on the vision game. Like, the wards are still looking really darn nice on the side of Royale 5. They haven't been able to get as many sentries as they'd want. And even when they do, Royale 5 also gets the D-wards off. They're happy enough to play that ward war. And Royale 5 just benefits because it really starves out the Spirit Breaker, it starves out Pango. These 2 supports do need some farm as well to build up in their momentum, and they have to watch themselves. Royale 5 are ready to go again.
I mean, they're very, very kind of just low cooldown heroes. They're just happy to keep going in for these fights as Wonderboy. And a scout out for the team with this invis room, but he is going to be spotted by the sentry. Jokam going to go for a charge right out of there, actually knocking 2 in the way. However, Shackles is there. Wayne still catches him out, but the Bulldoze status resist is going to make it hard. He'll go for the Nether Strike, but it seems as though he's accepted his own death. And right now, GXR, I mean, they're in Your Dream mode. It's all about the Gyrocopter. Just buy him some time and space.
Yep. He is getting a lot of space up top, but the Roshan does begin here for Royale 5. It is scanned out. We've got good position for Paulson to look for a roll opportunity. Let's see if he gets the timing right.
Roshan, nice rolling thunder. It is well timed. It's still knocked down, though. He needs the Aegis to go, and he doesn't get it. That was really darn close by Paulson. Really nice attempt. Oh, you try so hard and get so far, John, but sometimes it doesn't even matter.
Yep, and here we go again. Mangro, same spot. We have 1 sentry watching, but he doesn't pass by it. Doesn't find anyone yet, but this severe lack of sentries on the map, it's just allowing all these aggressive rotations.
Dyer's middle tower is not what it
Alacrity
used to
blinks
be.
forward as well.
That is
Still
for
top
certain.
lane. Wayne does end up dropping to In Your Dream. Mango's pinging out for Alacrity. He wants this quap kill. With +1, he should be able to secure this as Alacrity now shows himself. They'll go right into the global silence. They don't exactly chain them very well, but it won't matter. They still secure the kill. And of course, compared to the Wind Ranger kill that you gave to In Your Dream, it's going to feel much more worthwhile for the side of Royale 5.
It's a bigger kill. You're putting down this BKB timing on Alacrity. He is fairly close, just 150 gold off. So once you have some of these BKB start popping up, you know, Cloth BKB and Gyro BKB down the line, you can feel better. Mango Rose.
He does cancel off the charge. Showcam, immediate bulldoze into just a
Dyer's
runaway.
courier shall carry no more.
Boy. Feeling quite strong now with the Aegis. It's just starting to move into that mid-tier 2 tower. Go Rose. Oh, he's going to be able to get this Gleipnir off. No sentries. Once again, no vision here, so Wonderboy can jump right in. They've got no BKB yet either. In Your Dream, he's just a sitting duck.
And Radiant's top tower.
Paulison, he's been ruptured up. He can stand his ground for a little bit. Wonderboy.
Radiant's top tower
8th remnant
is
off the
under
mark.
attack. Dyer's middle
Shen,
tower
but
is
right,
under
he's going to
attack.
rupture him again.
Max is going to be set.
Oh, Alacrity.
Bottom
Sonic
tower.
Wave, he's not going to bother. Wonderboy, he's healthy enough to get out of this, I think. Charge is coming from Joe Cam, but this just could be suicide for Joe Cam. He's going to really commit for this, but we'll run back the other way. Mizu? Can't really do the same though. 8th remnant's on the mark. Gleipnir is there. Mizu is going to try and BKB and run. Searing arrow. Oh, it's going to miss up the high ground. That may have been a kill.
Monster kill.
Had he landed the hit, he still finds Joe Cam anyway.
Dyer's middle tower is under
Not as big
attack.
of a kill, but you still build up this lead on Royale 5, 31 to 19, 8k up.
Dyer's middle
GXR
tower has
starting to fall
fallen.
flat, although Wayne.
Tend to your wounded or put them out of their misery.
Let's kill off Wayne. Alacrity. Nice pick up there on the Queen of Pain. Looks like that'll be about it for now. I mean, GXR, all things being said and done, they are still doing a great job of holding this high ground. And I say great job of holding it. I mean, I don't know if Royale 5's really tried to make the attempt yet to go high ground, but nevertheless, they are still holding. So you've got that going for you if you're GXR.
It's giving them a chance to still try and build up. They are finally getting some D wards out, so getting some control back, especially in their triangle, to keep this farming area safer. In Your Dream, still one part away from the Satanic. Once you have that, at least with this Dispel, it does give you, In Your Dream has more options to play with and has an option to stand and fight with the Ags up and running. Still, Royale 5 are ready to go again. Just nothing to wait for.
Yeah, absolutely. Mizu, BKB immediately committed. He will just run. If you're Royale 5 now, you're looking for a way to start another fight. You know that BKB is down to the Bat Rider, and they might even try high ground. They've still got the Aegis up on Wonderboy.
Precious bounty.
Oh, Mizu sticks around here on the Bat Rider. He's going to pay for it as well as now the Rupture's out. In Your Dream. He's trying to TP in and help out. Maybe they could turn this. Wonderboy, he does get stunned up, but he's got the Aegis. Shen, very deep, gonna go for the Blood Ride and does get In Your Dream down. He can buy it back, but really would prefer not to. If they'll go on to Wonderboy again, they'll get him a second time. Paulison, Dust Up is gonna find Mango Rose, but can they lock him down? Charge is there, Joe Cam, he'll rush forward, but where's your damage output? Cooldown is there, but In Your Dream, he may get nothing for this buyback. So Aegon, but even if we get this kill, I'd still say it's a nothing kill as it... Oh boy, they lost Alacrity. Now, I mean, you get Aegon in the end, but they just killed your Queen of Pain. They're forced to buy back out of your Gyrocopter. I think Royale 5 is sitting very happy right now as Wayne, he'll go for the final pick-off, and that's a great shackle, but the Bulldoze was there. No Cam, no, the Gleipnir will cancel. He's gone. Mango Rose picking up his 11th kill of the game.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous coming out from her Clinks. 20k net for it now, 6k above the Gyrocopter. Just so much control, so much damage flying through, all stemming from a severe lack of space to farm. Like they need some spell protection They need some dispels on hand on IYD. They've already got the BKBs up under Quap and the Batrider, but as long as your gyrocopter can't stand and fight comfortably, it's always going to be an issue. So, In Your Dream just lacking one part, just lacking the Reaver to finish up that Satanic. We'll see how long it takes for him to get the additional 1,000 gold. But once you have that, it does give you more opportunities. And again, if you look at the map, GXR, 8k behind, not that massive at 32 minutes in. They still have their high ground. They still have a bunch of tier 2s and tier 1s down bot, so they're not completely out. They still have a map to play with here.
Lasso out. They've got Wayne on that Wind Ranger. He's got a BKB available. He might be able to make it out of this. In fact, Wonderboy is going to come back in. Mizu is forced to BKB himself. Wayne, he has been caught, but the Burning Barrage is going to fly through. Alacrity going to be very careful as he's going to die. He couldn't get the blink off in time. Wonderboy going to keep moving in. They love Joe Cam as another kill. They're going to get him as the Maelstrom procs from the last hit. Mizu, he's going to be able to get up, but Shen is rushing forward. The Gleipnir there. They've got In Your Dream, and that'll be a dieback on the gyrocopter as they go for more. Paulson, he's going to make it out, but I can't say the same for Joe Cam right now. He's trying, but Wonderboy's there, and they've got the damage. Onto the T3 towers they go. In fact, Mizu, it's not going to be enough damage, but Wonderboy not going to land the Aether Remnant either. So great plays here from Royale 5. They just go onto that T3 tower, into the mid-racks.
It's a very quick push coming out, and there's just not much GXR can do.
Mizu, careful, sir.
X cannot bear
We'll make it out.
Dyer's middle barracks have fallen.
Looks like Royale 5, that's enough for them. They've got the outer towers to take on the other lanes. One lane of racks taken against GXR. They'll be more than satisfied.
Yeah, they're in a very good position now. 14k up. They have kept down a lot of these cores for a very long time. In Your Dream just not getting the farm advantage we expected him to. He did have a good time earlier on. He was farming up great. Once he started dying, once this lack of sentries really became apparent, it became tough for him to find room on a map.
Axe is pleased.
Paulson, mid lane ends up dropping.
Tower is under attack.
The top lane, Wayne, going to take care of the tier 2 tower. I mean, you've still got 3 heroes down. They're about to respawn, but you might be able to force a buyback out of Paulson here. Why the hell not?
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe. Dyer's top tower.
It has to come through. Like, if they want to play with its gyro defense, they need a rolling thunder off.
Dyer's top tower.
Mango Rose. Sean's going to be there. Joe Cam, no, he got close enough for the romp shot. Shen wants to get in range for the Blood Right. Not going to be able to land it. Luckily, the counter isn't that far. And now Lasso's out, but the Lotus Orb is there in time. They've caught out Mizu. He just can't catch a break with his Batrider as he's actually going to make it out somehow. Just barely. They didn't get the last hit off, and Shen is going to drop to boot. Mango backing onto Paulson. He'll die another time, and that'll be a dieback as now a great Gleipnir out into the Burning Barrage, and they are just burning alive. More is In Your Dream. About to drop, and it's even Aegon on the Silencer. He'll get it done. No worries, +5 Silencer will take on the +1 Gyrocopter. They'll get an ultra kill on Aegon.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's it.
Dyer's
GFG.
have fallen. Do not blame.
There you go.
Royale 5. I mean, we doubted the trap initially because it lacked single target control. You know, it had some issues in the lineup, but they had a slower laning start for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill. Axe is pleased. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top...
What is Topia's thinking?
Top tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead, run.
Master Kevin!
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant team banned. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axis! 10 seconds remaining! 5 seconds remaining! Dire team ban! Radiant team ban!
Yep.
Ten seconds remaining! Dire team ban!
Yeah, doing great. It's been a pretty quick night in terms of the actual games. I believe that last game was probably our
10
longest at
seconds
35
remaining.
minutes. Everything else has been sub 30. Before that, the longest was like 29
5
minutes. So
seconds
we'll see if that
remaining.
pace continues. Royale 5, they had a very hard to execute draft. They managed to make it work. Galaxy Racer, throughout the entire day, have looked a bit shaky. We talked about how they've constantly improved as a team. Today, not quite on point. And props to Royale 5. They're playing really well. They
10
managed to
seconds
really work
remaining.
out those single target control issues. They managed to make the support
5
silencer work. They
seconds
did go for the
remaining.
QE build. Didn't point it out last time, but they did go for that bursty build that you love, Mike. And they made it work. So we'll see if Royal 5 gets that edge off again, or whether or not Galaxy Racer shakes that the last day off and kind of clean up and get a draw to close out the day. Do have the draft slowly developing here.
team
We've got a
pick.
couple of bans up already. Brewmaster and the
Dire
Omni
team
taken out
pick.
by Galaxy
Radiant
Racer.
team.
Side of Royal 5 taking out the Nyx and Kotlin. They already just dip into the picks back to back. Royal 5, this is ridiculous. They get Venge and
Radiant
Clinks.
team
The
ban!
synergy in those two, the base damage increase with Aura, the minus armor is crazy. Galaxy Racer have the Bane and Lycan, so they've got great single target control and
Dire
the
team
Dominator
ban.
play. But I love to point it out, Dominator into Clinks, he can eat the Dominated creep. When it's an Overlord, Helm of the Overlord Ancient, that's where it kind of doesn't match up. But at least the Clinks can kind of handle some of the army early on. This is a good shakeup for GXR. Much faster
Radiant
tempo with the
team
Lycan.
ban.
Doesn't take as much time to build into its power spikes. So that's already a very good change in draft already for GXR's side.
Dire team ban! Radiant team ban! Ten seconds Dire remaining! Team ban! 10 seconds remaining! 5 seconds remaining!
Yeah, they're good. I don't think there's
Dire
enough room to get one of those big
Radiant
farming
team
heroes
pick.
for the side of GXR. We saw that last game with the Jar of Copper. He just could not get enough space, which just punished hard with the constant rotations out by Mango Rose on that Flinks. Royale 5, they do go into the Pango. They protect that with a Bloodseeker ban, so they don't have to worry about too much. They do pick it into a Bane. They have to be a bit cautious as there is all the Fiends Grip there. GXR, they go into the Puck and the Grimstroke. So this is great. There's some synergy here. They've got double Fiend's Grip with a Grimstroke Soulbind, giving them more options for control Puck, giving them a nice Dream Coil to kind of hold back the side of GXR a bit. They've got multiple ways of stopping the Pangolier roll with Soulbind and with Fiend's Grip now as well. So a lot going on here for Royale 5 to play, for GXR to play with, and that does give them more fight potential at the level 6 mark, which was something that wasn't quite lacking from the last draft, but they never managed to execute on. This is much easier to pull off as long as the supports do get that stream of EXP. So I think, again, just from the start into these next picks, GXR is looking a bit stronger. They just have to play that tempo now, shake themselves off of that slower pace, and get into high gear early on to match Royale 5. There you go. Yeah,
Radiant
it's
team ban.
something that could still slide out. They don't go for it. They go with the Magnus, so they've got really good team fight here in Royale 5. They've got a lot of physical amplification on the Clinks. Sure, he's not going to cleave off with Empower, but still really good. And RP into Burning Barrage sounds pretty sick. So there's that for Royale 5. They're building up the team fight. They're building up ways of getting their damage off.
5 seconds
and
remaining.
it looks pretty good so far. It is a bit greedy going back to the Magnus. It does need some farm to fly through, but considering how fast a Clinks can play, it doesn't need too much farm. Just a Maelstrom sets it up, and then the Gleipnir is not very hard to build into. There should be enough room for the Magnus to hit that blink timing at the least. You're kind of open on the offlane to go for Echo Saber or the Guardian Greaves. Mech build up, very open to kind of go either the Aura bot or Damage bot. And that's flexibility for Royale 5 in terms of hitting spikes. GXR, they've got to be a bit cautious. Like, there is still leeway here for Royale 5 to kind of flex around where the Clinks and Magnus go, so you could still run Clinks mid, Magnus off, something else in safe lane to kind of build off of the Empower. You could go with maybe Clink safe lane, Magnus mid, so it's pretty open in what lane matchups they want, just considering the Puck. I think you do want Clinks versus Puck. Sound too bad. The Puck can maybe avoid the damage and trade hits, but the Clink should still have a steady time farming. Magnus is not too bad as well because of Shockwave, so it still kind of stands to juggle those heroes around here.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, sure, it's no.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
I think the biggest factor for L5 in complications is holding down Puck, because their stuns aren't amazing for Puck unless the Gleipnir really just flies out from no vision. So that's probably their best bet. Magic Missile is dodgeable. You could dance around RP if you're fast enough on a puck.
10
There is a
seconds
window there to
remaining.
dodge. So it's not clear cut and locking in the puck, but everyone else
5
should be
seconds
relatively
remaining.
easy. So I think that's the only factor for Royale 5. Their hold is not instantaneous, but beyond that, I don't feel like it's a massive issue this time around compared to game 1.
Dire team pick.
Monkey King.
Yeah, it's fairly quick tempo. You don't need too much. You could just go Echo Saber and run from there. If you want to play aggressive, Echo Saber SNY is a relatively fast build-up. So In Your Dream can kind of join in these
10
fights really quick. It plays really
remaining.
nice with puck. Dream Coil plus Wukong's is amazing in terms of
5
control.
seconds
And
remaining.
that does force Royale 5 to be in a very awkward position unless they can get the RP counterplay. So a bit of a back and forth there.
Choose your
Royale 5
hero.
close out with a Tusk. So let's see. That should be a core Venge going on to the offlane here. Possibly, yeah. Shen offlane Venge. We've got Mangaros and the Clinks and Wonder Boy in the mid-mag. So you don't really have the natural cleave coming through, but I guess even empowering a Tusk with his Walrus Punch sounds pretty strong. So you are getting a lot of value still from there. It's still great in Clinks. There's still that quick tempo here on Royale 5 with her control and their early spikes. Galaxy Razor sort of meet that with the Lycan and with the Monkey King. They don't need too much. Their level 6 spikes on their supports is strong. Double Fiend Script is not something you can underestimate. Simplifies Paulson's targeting this time around. We'll see. This is a very different draft, both sides for game 2, but it looks like a much more exciting draft for both sides as well. I'd lean towards Royale 5. And there's something about just having Clinks, Venge, and Magnus together that gives me a lot of confidence in the output. And you know, as a Lycan, you do want to play with your dominated creep, even if it's not the Helm of the Overlord yet. Sure, the window between Helm of the Dominator and Overlord isn't that wide, and it's relatively quick to farm. But that period where Clinks can just hunt your dominated creep and eat it, I think it can cause some early aggression issues there for GXR. It's not massive, but that will stall out the push, and that's something that the Clinks can abuse, because the higher the HP of the creep, the better it is for Clinks to death pack, and it kind of plays into that Clinks timing anyway.
That it does, John. We'll see how they do make it work. Should be a very interesting game number 2. Look how funds are out from Mizu. Royale 5 looking very impressive thus far throughout this tournament. I do like, you know, I'm starting to really enjoy watching this team, especially with the unique drafts, the high skill kind of play. It's the classic, you know, young man, high risk, high reward kind of plays that comes out here from Royale 5, and it's always very, very fun to watch. Just a lot of energy behind the plays.
Yeah, it's great to see. Just them popping off, them taking this opportunity quite well. Again, their position is a bit weird. They have a lot of draws and 1 loss. So if they can actually get full 2-0 here, it's going to be massive for them in terms of climbing up and securing a position in the upper half, which is really important. We've only got like 3 days left for groups, and R5 really wants to prove a point here.
And they move in, Paulson. I mean, a spot of danger as he does get stunned up, and immediately they've got a kill going their way. Aegon the one to take it on the +5 Pango, but you won't mind too much. It's getting a bit of extra regen early on. It's already just a fantastic start for Royale 5.
The battle.
They don't even get 3 guns.
Oh.
Nah, Mizu. So 2 for 2 anyway. Apologies, John, you were saying.
a great start. You know, having Pango without additional gold means potentially faster boots down the line. Once the Pango can start chasing around, feels great. Of course, added regen helps out your Clinks as well. We do see our Pango, Mr. Aegon himself, going up with Mango Rose on top lane to get the D-ward on the small camp. And they do manage to, you know, just open it up for the pulse down the line. And they are laning up against Mizu and Jokam on the Lycan and the Grimstroke. Now, this is a combination I believe I can confidently say Lilgun runs. Inkswell on Wolves is pretty sick. If you can get that combination off, of course it takes a few levels to get that up. And early on, you're not going to be able to fully zone out the Clinks. You can just still CS fine with the C-Ring arrows. You have to put in the effort here from Aegon to kind of get the harassment through. But he will need levels to really pump the harassment. You're going to need Shield Crash and Lucky Shot up, so it's a level 3 for him to get the zoning off. And for now, that does mean that, you know, Mizu and Jokam should be relatively comfy. Have to, again, watch once Ink swells up. The Wolves are going to look for hunting.
That they are. Of course, over in the mid lane as well, Wonder Boy on that mid mag. Going to be against Alacrity on the puck. I think Wonder Boy should have a really nice time. Well, we've seen this over and over again with mid Magnus, but it's quite hard to out CS the mag. Of course, Alacrity, he can try to apply a lot of pressure in terms of harass, but Wonder Boy, he seems pretty well ready to deal with that harassment. It doesn't really seem too concerned by it whatsoever. And of course, he's just going to push out the lane, go to the side camp, farm that up. Very standard kind of mid stuff. Alacrity going to try and do the exact same thing. But it does feel like the wave is probably always going to be pushed in his way.
Yeah, it's just down to how often the Magnus can get his damage out. And because he's got really solid wave clear with just his right clicks and empower, it means that he doesn't lose out on too much. He can just constantly clear. And for Alacrity, it's not as easy, because Illusory Orb is good damage. To an extent, Waning Rift is as well, but it's not as constant uptime. He's severely limited by his mana compared to Wonder Boy. So in terms of farm game here, Wonder Boy should be feeling a lot better, especially if he gets stacks in the jungle, and that's something that GXR has to be ready to contest down the line.
Jokam putting a lot of damage up at that top lane, but Mizu actually blocked them out of that tree line and didn't allow them to get close. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Policy, he may have gone too far forward, but in your dream, he's going to be able to pop the Jingu Mastery and has a Boundless Strike available. He'll turn onto Shen instead. He will run out of the Jingu. Still trying to fight, but the Magic Missile is going to fly in. He may have gone too far, but he gets the Mischief off into the Boundless Strike, and Paulson, of all people, is going to be the one to take the double.
This reminds me of how Paulson played that band last time. Of course, we saw him also rush the Vanguard. Let's see what he opts for this time around if he does start to go into the 4-1 territory in terms of kills and deaths. So far, giving a great lane to In Your Dream. He is up there in CS. There's not too much Shen can do on the Venge to hold back. Like, the damage output of Venge is nice. You can threaten with a Wave of Terror and Magic Missile, but it's not particularly amazing, right? Like, you've got Wayne on Tusk. You can maybe play with Tag Team. Issue is, Monkey King has really good reach for a melee hero, and that means he's fairly safe for most jumps in.
Paulson, tag team, is going to be there. You've got your Magic Missile to set up. He's going to try and Brain Sap. It's not going to be enough, though. So we'll sit up there from Shen and Wayne, and they do manage to get the kill. They're kind of returning the favor back towards Paulson. But it is buying plenty of time for In Your Dream to just safely farm up that safe lane, so he won't mind what he's been seeing. There's all lanes pretty much. I mean, these side lanes, they are starting to get very aggressive between these two. I suppose the mid lane's the only quiet one right now.
Yeah, you're hitting those spikes on the supports. So you're seeing the Inkswell Wolf combination. Aegon can dodge with Swash, so it's a bit of a trickier target to go for, but it does give openings to GXR to try and abuse. Lots of back and forth on the top lane on the bot lane, just down to how early both lineups are. I think for GXR, they've got the slight net worth lead. They've got a better time going for In Your Dream in comparison to R5 right now. And as long as the monkey hits this early spike, you're very happy to keep going.
There you are. In trouble. Shen, he's dropping quite low himself. Boundless is out, and it will be enough as Wayne can't really finish off the job. And In Your Dream, it's going to get salved up by Paulson. Wayne, actually, funnily enough, I believe he had the chance to cancel the salve, but maybe just didn't really have the vision, so won't bother throwing it out. I suppose in your dream, it's always going to be just fine anyway. Maybe just wanting to save the mana for Shen to come back into the lane and maybe secure a kill that way. Top lane, Mizu. They go on to Aegon, but there's your swashbuckle out. Still got the wolves chasing him down, and maybe he can secure a kill like this. Shield crash is there, though. Aegon, he's going to have a bit of damage reduction. And Mango Rose is going to be there with the burning barrage to make sure he doesn't go much further. Meanwhile, Wayne down at the bot lane now going to be in danger again. In your dream, Mischief is not going to be able to juke out the stun, but he does juke the damage and will continue the chase onto Wayne to get the Boundless Strike off. Another nice kill here for In Your Dream.
And he's just building up in this Monkey King. 103. He's got the power treads up. He's got the level advantage over Shen. He's going to hit level 6 earlier as well. So more damage coming through from the Jingu or the Boundless if he wants. Rotation mid though.
They do end up finding the mag, or do they? Inkswell is just about to land and does eventually get it. He's going to try and fight back though. 3-man RP's out and a 3-man shield crash. They finally get the kill. Can they find more? Joe Cam. He's the one to go down. Paulison actually got no HP out of that brain sap because the shield crash reduces too much damage. Paulison, he's going to survive on 30 HP. Swashbuckle just barely off the mark there for Aegon. And he's alright. He even gets a bounty rune. Gets his arcanes up. And he's fine. He's going to run his way out. In fact, he's going to cut off Shen here. Maybe go for a bit of a brain sap out onto the bench. Stick around. Go for the nightmare. Paulison just cannot be contained. Is In Your Dream now. Going to find a kill. Oh, no, he gets it.
Barely broke a sweat.
Bit of a pump fake there from Paulison. He's just feeling himself a bit too much. Baits his own carry to not go for the last hit.
Yep, it is shaping up. The aggression coming through from GXR is looking really nice. Great support rotations. Down to the fact that, again, Bane and Grimstroke just contribute so much more when they go out for those kill opportunities. They can do a lot more in terms of control and follow-up. It was a good RP turnaround from Wonderboy, but just not enough to survive through, and a great trade out for GXR. Wonderboy is dipping into the jungle early. He is rushing the Echo Saber as you'd expect on the core Magnus. Not too far off from starting to build into that, but you are lagging a bit too far behind the GXR low Jokam.
He's in trouble, but he'll get the Inkswell off onto Mizu. They'll guaranteed get the kill, but now if they can return the favor onto Mango, they'd be more than happy with the trade. I don't think it's quite worthwhile for Royale 5. First mid lane, Wonderboy was able to get a bit of damage off into that mid tier 1, but now he's been nightmared up. You do have Alacrity making his way in. Do you have enough damage and control? Not quite. But still, I mean, you got the top Clinks kill. You'll be pretty happy with that if you're GXR.
Yep, it's slowing down the pace of Royale 5. Mangarose, we talked about the timing for Maelstrom. Very important for him to at least get the Javelin up soon, so he has more damage out. But Jokam though?
Yep, being called out, trying to go on a bit of a warding run. Still going to run back the way of the neutrals. Inkswell, it will land, and he gets the silence back, but the snowball is there to stun him up, and there's really no way out for Jokam. We'll go down to Wayne on the Tusk. 7-5 now, 8.5 minutes in. Slight net worth lead for the side of GXR as Shen brain zaps out from Paulison, immediately committing it at that level 6 marker. Man, Paulison hits 6 so fast. We're 8.5 minutes in, he's level 6. Ridiculous.
Yeah. He's just finding all those kills. It's worth a lot of EXP for a support like that, and the aggression just pays off. They're chasing for more.
The Pango. Shield crash, bit of damage reduction there, but the brain sap is out. Aegon, already quite low. In Your Dream, just kind of scouting out for the team as now he will Primal Spring in. You've got help coming. Shen, he'll land the magic missile, but now Mizu, he's going to cut him off. Swap is there. Can they actually catch this Vengeful Spirit? Mizu will keep giving the vision. They don't really have a great stun out, but it may be enough with the blocks out from the Wolves. Shen is still going to drop. Mango Rose. It looks like he's going to be all right. No sentries around to scan out this Clinks. Mizu, though, they get some nice damage off on this mid-tier 1 tower. In fact, they found the Magnus now, but they won't have enough to try and secure this kill, I don't think, as he might turn. Wonderboy has that level 1 skewer. Chance is on the mark, and with the shockwave, they should at least be able to get Paulison, and they do.
It's actually a pretty good kill to take because of that streak in Paulson. 3-time streak going the way of Wonder Boy. Good gold to catch up. Echo Saber just about 300 gold away. So there's going to be more to play with for the Magnus. He's still going to need the blink right after. But they're kind of keeping themselves in the game here, Royale 5. They are lagging behind by 2k. And you are seeing a ton of that gold flow out onto Alacrity and In Your Dream. Wonder Boy's the only real core right now on Royale 5, able to kind of hit his marks. Everyone else is just sacked, especially Shen. Like, this Venge timing on the Ags is not going to be quick, and I think that's a cause of concern in Your Dream.
Yeah, Mango, he's going to jump the Clinks, but Mango's just going to turn around with the Searing Arrows and just kind of return the favor. More heroes coming up. Alacrity and Paulson, both ultis up. They'd love to find Mango, but he seems to have realized that something is awry here. Let's back off at the perfect time. The rest of his team is showing at the bot lane, just taking that tier 1 tower, so definitely realizing he might be in danger there. It does end up backing off, but they are still cutting through into the mid lane. Wonder Boy would have been the next best target. Mango gonna break the smoke. Alacrity still has an invis rune, so Mango might show himself now. The coil is ready to go, but Alacrity, do you want to commit? He has help around, but they have so much damage. Paulson moves in, they'll get the brain sap in time, and Wayne, he couldn't save the day, as they might even have a secondary target. Meanwhile, Aegon, he'll go for the Rolling Thunder through the back. But ultimately just wants to get away from this Bane, as the Bean's grip is up.
Axe was not involved.
Looks like they'll just kind of leave everyone be. Paulson, very far forward. Shards around, Swamp is in. He's going to try and maybe go for a Nightmare, but eventually should just drop. Nice brain sap with the double Bean's grip. Oh, Paulson. He got the double heal out with the Soulbind, John. Just genius play.
Is under attack.
Oh my god. Mangarosa still eyeing, but if they can get an RP, that could be a turn here.
No blink up though. Yeah, not really a great way to close the gap here for Wonder Boy. It looks like he's kind of going for that old school right-click Magnus build anyway, so just opting to farm up over going for that initiation tool.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. That does stall out these fight opportunities that Royale 5 can take, and the net worth lead is building up from GXR because of this hit and run. They're up at 4k. I love that they are gunning for the Soulbind opportunities. My god, like the Bane. Paulson he's done this in 2 games now. Now, the first game we saw his Bane didn't really pan out at the end, but this time around it's looking more solid. He's not going for Vanguard. He's going for an Aetherland, so it's more standard as well, and it's going to have the protection of added cast range. They're going to smoke up. They don't have the grip, they don't have the Soulbind, but they've got the Dream Coil ready to go here.
Yeah, it's going to be more than enough here. Rolling Thunder is up for Aegon. Nightmare is there. He breaks the coil, though. Silence is going to make it in time, and he will drop.
Under attack.
Just to support Pango in the end, so not the biggest deal in the world for Royale 5, but definitely another kill for the side of GXR. And
Much like
they've still got a Lycan that you've got to worry about. That Lycan just about 1k away from that helm of the Overlord as they try to go in onto Jokam, but Wayne's trying to get this done alone. Shen's there, but Shen can only really just stun people out. Nice snowball though to the low ground and a swap back, and it looks like it's going to be enough. I thought Shen wouldn't be able to do too much to help him out, but it turns out I was wrong.
Yeah, does manage to at least get himself out of dodge. They get a freebie on that Grimstroke. It's a lot of space being bought out. Paulson setting up mid.
That he is. Nightmare's there. Fiend's Grip is out onto the Magnus. Aegon eventually is going to be able to connect the Rolling Thunder, but they've got another coil out on Alacrity. Maybe he can up. He does get one in time into the Burning Barrage, and Wonder Boy is still alive. Mitsu, he will try to chase him down, but there's a snowball there. Oh, they just couldn't get the damage off in time.
Double damage.
Oh man, that was on edge. It's 2 times in a row now we've seen Wonder Boy get the RP off before potentially dying. This time around he does live. Mangaros does have the DD though. Jokam.
Radiant's middle tower is
not so much damage quite yet, even with the DD rune active. Paulson, TP back in within vision. Shards are there with the snowball. He'll go for a nightmare on himself, but it looks like he is kind of screwed. Brain sap won't be enough. Joe Cam, he tried to go in for the ink swell, but it's going to cost him his own life as now the balance is there. In Your Dream going to jump in as well, but it's one by one. The TPs just aren't fast enough. In Your Dream's going to drop down to Alacrity. Not you two, sir. He's going to try and get himself out, but he's got no orb, and Shen should be able to land the stun off. Alacrity going to juke out the snowball, but he's going to come out sometime all the way, but they've got the rolling thunder.
The red mist spreads.
Oh, GXR, just one by one.
Structures are fortified with 12
They all fall in the end.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And you should take a look at the graph. That's a roller coaster ride right there. Immediate dip. Lead now going the way of Royale 5. Not much yet, just less than 1k. But it was a massive lead for GXR early on, like 4, 5k going their way, and they just make these small mistakes. They don't manage to kill off the Magnus because he has so much HP with just Power Treads and Echo Saber. And because the burst lacked, the RP came out, they take these follow-up fights, they stream in one by one on GXR's end, and they get punished. We need to see GXR play as a team. They've got that Soulbind, double grip, double brain sap as well to keep sustaining pulse and to get the damage out. They can't afford to struggle in one by one. They need to chain their spells up, get control, take the fights that way. And they're also inching towards the Helm of the Overlord time. Perhaps just wait for that on Mizu to have more presence with an ancient creep up and just kind of hold back. You can't just avoid these one solo fights where you're just streaming in. They are smoked up though on the two supports.
What are they going to get done though? GXR just being very patient, trying to find their primary target. That Helm of the Overlord just a couple hundred gold away now from Mizu. Smoke though, not going to really pan out so much, and things are starting to look a bit scarier as time goes on. As Royale 5, they're getting those core items up. Link coming out on Wayne. Atos is now available on Mango, and he's working towards that Gleipnir. Bottom lane, Nightmare is out. They do catch the Venge, but he's going to have help coming in very, very soon. They are waiting patiently. The Shen is fine. In fact, they're going to turn around now. Burning Barrage is out. Paulson, he will be able to survive for a little bit. The Fiend's Grip, it's not going to be enough. Double kill out for Wonder Boy. Yeah, I mean, it's just not great news. It just seems like GXR, they're looking a little bit lost here.
Yeah, they've got their support so far forward. They were playing as 4, In Your Dreams just taking the top lane, trying to build up farm. They need to, again, just play as a team. Execute together. They need to have a core to front line. And I think for the most part, that has been In Your Dreams Monkey King. So maybe just wait for that BKB on the MK. Not too far off. Recipe's 400 gold away. And once he has that protection of spell immunity, that's where you feel a lot better. You only need to worry about Wonder Boy's RP. But you can be confident in Paulson to maybe just get the grip off every time. Although, Aegon...
He's been caught out. He gets the pig out going. He's going to try and run. Alacrity, he has an orb up in a second and he'll have enough damage. I guess he tried. Well, Paulson. Gleipnir's there. Burning Barrage not actually going to be on target. Walrus Punch is there though with the shards out. They will be able to lock it down, and eventually Mango, he's going to get the kill anyway. He won't mind missing that Burning Barrage too much.
Yep, still pays off. And that the Ultra should tell them that there's a sentry around. They should be able to get the blue wards off. In terms of vision this time around, it is looking a bit better for GXR. They have much more sentries watching certain key entrances to keep themselves safe from Mangaros's rotations. But I think the issue now piles on to what do you do about the Magnus? He's got BKB, so you will have to commit the grip onto him if you want to keep him down. Issue is, as long as Wonder Boy plays patiently, he could just sit back, let the rest of his team initiate first, follow up once everyone starts grouping up onto a target and just get the RP off. Sure, the BKB's up now on In Your Dream as well, but RP does not care for it, right? Whereas for GXR right now, their only BKB piercing spell is the grip. Maybe down the line you get this Ags up on Alacrity. You'll have the Dream Coil that can do work as well, but for now, the options are limited for GXR. So Royale 5 in the clear lead now, 2k up, 16 to 17, turning around after a slower laning start. They've just managed to get all this farm going. With a Gleipnir up on Mangaroes, he's going to be able to keep that hunting game up. They've got scaling with a Magnus Core. AC next for Wonderboy. Shen, Ags is flying in. So even her Venge has managed to catch up. With the Ags up, the presence of the Venge, she can frontline. Just take the frontal position, get the stun off first and swaps and dive for the team.
Well, Alacrity jumps in, Pig Out is there, Snowball is going to buy him time as Aegon might actually make it out, the Rolling Thunder, but no, the Soulbind and Paulus, and he's got the Fiend's Grip off, but Gleipnir won't cancel the Fiend's Grip. So they've got Aegon down, Mizu, he'll go for a chase onto Mango Rose, Shards, it won't be enough to block out Mizu, but Wayne is there with the Walrus Punch, but no, it's still not enough. Mizu, he'll just keep chasing him down. Back in onto Shen. Shen does have the swap up, so he should remain just fine. They are going to be able to pick off two nice heroes here on the side of GXR anyway. Not a bad start to this fight for GXR and Royale 5. Well, they're going to have to kind of lick their wounds and just find a way to come back into this.
Great pickoffs for GXR. There is a window here for Royale 5 to look to force a fight, especially while Grip is down, but it looks like they're just going to take this opportunity to keep farming up. With a BKB up on Wonderboy, I feel like there should be some more initiative here on Royale 5. The lead is still bouncing around now. It's evening out a bit, less than 1k for Royale 5. GXR, the only hero they have to worry about is Wonderboy. He's been soaking all the farm. The smoke does come through though. They catch a hero out, that should be a fairly quick pickoff.
Absolutely, Royale 5. Joe Cam, not quite the target they would have really liked to go for, but they'll settle.
I trust my
It's a quick one. Maybe they find Mizu on top. Wayne, he hasn't got that blink up anymore, but maybe he could land nice shards off. It is flying out. RP is off the mark.
That is for
There's
certain.
an attempt. It wasn't good enough as Mizu. Well, now he's going to be just fine as Aegon even popped the Rolling Thunder. They used everything to try and catch them. And you might be able to force a fight if you're GXR, knowing all these ultis are down now. Shen, that's a lot of damage from Mrs. Creeps. Balance Strike to lock him down. Primal Spring in. Swap is up in your dream. It just won't matter. Because they even want the illusion. They'll try to go for a run. In the end, the Nightmare will come out though, and man, they've got him. There you go.
It's a really good pickoff. Not the big one, but they do manage to dodge that smoke gank coming out from Royale 5. GXR, they might have been able to find more if Alacrity managed to finish his TP. I believe it was cancelled from a separate chase that Wonderboy was doing onto the puck. He managed to hold that off, although Mizu
is taking
down. Gleipnir is there. Wayne, Walrus Punch is going to land. They're onto that like and Mizu. He's quite tanky though. He's going to survive at least the initial onslaught as Wonderboy gets Pulse in top lane, but it won't matter. They'll still lose Wayne down bot. A 1-for-1 across the map. Aegon's starting to move in to try and cut them off, I believe, as In Your Dream's going to move in onto Mango Rose. They landed the dust. They don't have the lockdown, though, as now the swap's in Shen. He wants to try and turn, but In Your Dream, he has the BKB up, and Shen is going to get taken down as Aegon. Soulbind is there, but it doesn't actually lock him down. He's still going to roll around. Still, they have found the clinks, and that's the target they wanted. However, he's just not dying. In Your Dream's the one to drop. Wonderboy, he's cleaning up. Onto Mizu he goes. Mizu, he will be a triple kill now for the mag. As Mango, I suppose he might die in the end. It might cost you a puck. Alacrity. Skewers there, and that'll be enough. An ultra kill out for Wonderboy. It's Magnus. He's starting to hit quite hard now. John, 16k net worth lead on the mag. Well and truly far ahead of anybody else on the map.
Wonderboy's done a great job of just maximizing his farm. No one else keeping up with him. And because they went for a fighting build on GXR's end with a Monkey King, they had this early activity from In Your Dream. He hasn't been able to really keep up with a Magnus shirt on Royale 5's end. They've sacrificed their Venge farm. Not really the biggest deal, considering that the Ags is up. So Shen is still doing his job anyway. Just needs to throw his body out, uses illusion when he dies, keep casting spells, keep setting up for those opportunities. 22-23 on the board as Royale 5 is starting to really find openings here. I think the one thing for Royal 5 we need to see more is aligning up the Gleipnir and Burning Barrage. I get that sometimes it's fairly hard with the travel time. But
get caught here on the Bane. Get a Nightmare off. He is around to try and help. In fact, he's going to make the jump in onto Shen. Mango Rose is there. Aegon, Rolling Thunder is going to be cancelled as In Your Dream does claim Shen's life. And now the Shards is out. Nice coil though, Alacrity into the Soulbind. And now the double feed script is out again from Paulson and In Your Dream. He's going to clean up. Wayne is going to try and run, but it's not enough. An ultra kill back the other way onto GXR. In fact, can they make it a rampage? They're going for the chase onto Wonderboy. Buybacks are there. Wonderboy will pump his BKB. He still has the RP up. They might be able to force the fight, but no. Buybacks committed. Everyone backs out from GXR. Wonderboy will rush in after Mizu, and he will be able to get at least the Lycan kill. However, In Your Dream, Treef can't. It's not going to be enough though. He's still able to fight this one out. But he is stuck between the shards. Swap out thanks to Shen. He actually gets him out of the shards now as Wonderboy. He's still going to drop. Alacrity did end up chasing him down onto Aegon the Inkswell. He might just die back immediately. Nice swap though, Shen. Gonna buy more time. Inkswell, Boundless, all the stunts necessary as Shen. He's going to die once again, and there goes your task, Wayne. He'll die back. In fact, if they found another, yeah, they've got Joe Cam. They're going to keep trying to fight. Alacrity trying to move in onto the Pango. They got the Nightmare off, but they want Mango Rose from that. Clinks In Your Dream trying to cut him off, but no, they can't get him. Onto Aegon instead. The Rolling Thunder's there. Mango, are you really going to try and reinitiate? I don't think so. He might try and this is out. He's got a nice target, but no In Your Dream. He lands the Boundless Strike blind, and they clear them out again. Another team wipe.
Oh man, it's getting costly for Royale 5. They bought back in 2 heroes there, not just on Win, but the Pango had to come back in and still lose out. The lead is now in GXR's and 6K swinging out their way. Big issue for Royale 5 is we're not seeing the RPs we need to. The Wonderboy needs to be able to use the spell at the least. He's not found an opening, which is all down to the pressure GXR is applying. They're just working their aggression really well. They're finding the angles to jump in. They're getting their spacing out right. It takes a long time for Royale 5 if they don't get to use those teamfight spells to take control. It takes them a long time to actually get those kills. And that's a massive issue. They do catch Mizu.
What they do, Mizu, he is set to fall, and it always makes me laugh, the Fey Grenade. The sound of the Fey Grenade just cracks me up sometimes. Alacrity? Alright, you're playing with fire here, but he's going to Waning Rift off the shards. So he's alright. Meanwhile, bottom lane, In Your Dream, looks like he wants to get a little bit cheeky here on the Monkey King. Maybe try and find a snipe. Nobody's going to be really around the area, apart from Mango, but he is kind of just trying to creep skip right now. Not going to sit in the lane. Maybe even just find himself a nice, easy support to take out, but he's also probably going to find nothing.
Yeah, and leading to more opportunities here for GXR. Despite losing their Lycan, they've still got really good control on the map. Lots of sentries being dropped as well.
Nice Nightmare, immediately out by Paulson and Shen. Gonna swap the clips back out. Still Paulson is gonna drop. So a pretty important target to secure before a team fight starts. Oh, Dream Coil. Yeah, off the mark from Alacrity.
I think that was on edge. Like the moment Aegon went up top, he was just right outside the initial latch range. So, good attempt, not quite lining up. They have to be cautious now. They don't have the spells they need to take these fights. They are still posturing here, though.
They are. Oh, Wonderboy finds In Your Dream with the Horn Toss, but doesn't get anything off. Soulbind is there. Wukong's command to lock them down, and they're going nowhere. Wonderboy just can't do anything. He didn't have RP up. Shen goes down, and I mean, you already lost Mango Rose as well. This is just a disastrous team fight. They get another triple kill out onto In Your Dream. That's gonna be a 4 for nothing.
The next label play. The next label play.
Yeah, and might be all of them. Wayne.
Oh. Well,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What did he even drop there? What's Alacrity dropping on the ground like that?
I think maybe his stick or his bottle. Probably the stick. That's because the bottle has a mod. So drop the stick in front. Took EE's advice from a long time ago. High ground push now begins for GXR. Royal 5, when they respawn, they've got the defense, right? They've got RP. The issue is that's 50 seconds. That's a long time. And you're up against Lycan. They're going for tier 4s.
Your edge needs sharp
On for tier 4 towers they go.
Tire's middle
Mizu, they're playing around. The buybacks just aren't there from Royale 5. They'll have respawns very, very soon. So instead, they're going to go back for the mid racks just to make sure they get something for their trouble.
Some confusion.
And Wukong's command is back up. In fact, you've got both of your ultis back up here for GXR. Apart from the rule form. But Shen, he's going to force the fight anyway. Wayne's there. Swap in, but in your dream immediately goes for the BKB. They'll get one kill onto the Pangolin. They'll find another. It looks like a Aegon. It's going to drop, and it's back to the T4 towers, I reckon.
Unlike that, ever. Tire's middle
GXR, they might be able to find a win before tonight ends, which is definitely great news for them. Magic missiles out on Shen. In your dream, onto the Ancient now. Still at 5v3 scenario. Glacier is out. Mango Road's going to try and find a nice IP there, but there's your Soulbite and the double Fiend's Grip. Wonder Boy, he's going to keep trying. He will at least get Joe Cam. Horn toss up, but the blunt down the strike is there, and they've got the Magnus. And that'll be it. GG call should be coming any moment. Mango, he might try one more time, but there you go. The GG's been made.
Shit! Triple kill!
And there you go, GXR. They at least managed to tie it up 1-1. They do get a win before the night ends. Royale 5 finding themselves another draw to end their night.
That was a spectacular game coming out from both